Welcome to another exciting adventure through the Darkfeather campaign. Today we are doing a solo session with Hemlock of the Trench. And we're going to pick up from the last time he left off in the circus area where he just annihilated the entire circus. All of the actors, all of the performers, the stage hands, they're all laying dead amongst the camp. And we're picking up from there. So enjoy. Go ahead and start off. What would you like to do in free mode?
Real quick, I want to clarify what experience level, what XP is level 3?
Level 3's experience points to get to the next level. Let me check that out real quick.
I want to say it was 1200.
Let me see. There it is. To level 3 is 900. Are you going 3 to level 4?
Maybe. What's level 4?
Level 3 to level 4 is 2,700.
Oh, okay. Never mind. All right, then we're on level 3, and I think that means that I need to take 1 or 2 more spells.
1 cantrip and 1 spell.
Okay.
The only way you can acquire more spells or cantrips is by going to the wizard school.
Okay.
Because you just recently leveled up at the end of the quest?
Okay.
Understandable.
And then how many castings does that mean that I can do in a day if I'm level 3?
So you should be able to do 3 spells because you have 4 available spell slots in your level 1 spell. So it really depends on your levels for your spells. So you're level 3, so you have 1 level 1 spell, you have 1 level 2 spell, and this is going to be your first level 3 spell. So on your spell slots at the top of your sheet, you should only have 1 box filled in each spell slot. 1, 2, and 3. Only 1 of those spell slots should be filled, leaving you 3 open level 1s, 3 open level 2s, and 3 open level 3s. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, heck. Hold on, I had to plug in the laptop. All of the technical things. Enjoy the look of my ceiling.
You're not feeling but I feel like making me real uncomfortable for you in this town. The bad case of the hurt. The Englishman cocktail, you blew away. Did you know that he said it goes away?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Seems like you set up such deep roots here. It's such a shame for it to all be seized by Interpol. Just take one phone call.
They chose really good by getting the actress from Princess Diaries.
There.
Anne Hathaway. Yeah.
What about Anne Hathaway? Like, that's a name I actually know.
She plays a really good actress in the Scam? The Hustle.
Oh, I didn't watch that. Okay, cool.
It's from the girl that sings in Pitch Perfect. Rebel Wilson.
Okay, cool. So, Murder and Mayhem, battle or whatever.
What is it? What's the answer?
So, your new spell should do, what is it? So your level 1 spell should do 1d whatever it is. Your level 2 spell should do 2d whatever it is. And then your new level 3 spell should be 3d whatever it is. So, what's your first spell do?
Can you make it go back up.
The first spell is Last Gasp. It's suffocation.
That's 1d what?
1d10.
Okay, and then your level 2 spell.
I don't have one.
Okay, so your level 2 spell should be 2d. Whatever your spell damage is going to be, we'll determine that later. And then your level 3 spell should be 3d. Whatever the spell damage is. Your weapons are the only thing that increases in D count equal to your player level. So if you're level 3, your weapon's going to do 3d whatever it is. But your level 1 spell is not going to increase with your player character level as a spell level.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I catch up with the wagon now that everything has come to a stop and there's been all kinds of...
So right where you left off, you're standing amongst all of the circus members. You have several tents set up. You have the freak show. You have a fortune teller's tent. You have several other locations that are set up for stage preparation. Large cages where animals were kept, but everyone's all dead. They're just laying on the ground dead. And you're standing there.
So, quick question: what level do you start additional stats?
At what level?
Yes. Should I be adding any stats at the moment?
For your no, it's at level 4 that you get 2 additional stats for your main stat block. Your strength, dexterity, constitution. It's at level 4. But you're correct to think it's every 3 levels. But you were level 1 when I told you that.
Right,
so
right.
3 additional levels would be level 4.
No, I just wanted to make sure because I'm like, do I need to do any other adjustments?
Because it is really important because if you're on the cusp of like an attribute point or an ability point increase, it's going to make a big difference to your character.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so first thing, I go to catch up with the actual wagon because that's where my things are.
Okay, so the wagon is in the distance about 150 feet away from you. You can see that it was slowed down because Julius Black shot a sniper shot from the hillside to your right down onto the oxen that were pulling the wagon, and the oxen died and crashed and then slowed down the wagon. You see that Kazumi...
Actually, pause for a second.
Yeah.
I remember now. No, actually, there was this long dialogue that Kazuma was doing.
Mm-hmm.
I was applying medicine to the oxen.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Because I remember that Kazuma was trying to attack Buzo, but Buzo, being an NPC with side quests, snapped his finger, and arrow went into Julius Black, and then he snapped his finger a second time, and an arrow went into you. And then both of you took damage. And then that's where we left off, saying that everybody grabbed their stuff. Buzo escaped in the distance with his bull and everything.
Right, right. Okay.
In the last few seconds, you said that you were going back into the camp to do what?
Oh, I had forgotten.
That's literally what you left off.
To have a look around, obviously. There's so much stuff just being left. I go into...
It is, in itself, a functioning circus to like 12 to 15 operational performers, to about 6 to 8 stagehands, many animal tamers and animal people taking care of the cages, lots of people making food at the carnival area where the people were going to come and eat, the games area, all the people setting up for the games. You killed all of them. They're all dead.
I thought there were only like 5 or 6.
No, it's a circus. I told you that, guys, when you guys activated it. I was like, are you sure you want to kill the circus? And you're like, well, it's only a couple people. I was like, that's all you see right now. And you're like, okay. I was like, all right. But you literally just laid waste to the entire circus. The whole circus is dead. Buzo owns a circus, a traveling circus. They stumbled across your guys' stuff. Kazumu didn't want to ask questions or get information. He just started attacking. So Buzo fled as all of his circus members died in the background.
I thought you said that they were packing it up.
Yes.
And
Buzo was taking your stuff. If you're a traveling circus and you come across some valuable stuff, you're gonna pick it up. All right.
I get that. I'm just okay. I'm not trying to argue semantics necessarily, but aren't we in the middle of nowhere on top of what was until recently like a mountain of skeletons? What are people doing?
Yeah.
What are people doing coming to the circus?
See, and this is the best part about Buzo's traveling circus. That is his special ability, is that you can pay him 300 gold pieces, and he is a mobile traveler for the players to go anywhere on the map within 10 days journey. He has special attributes. He can appear anywhere on the map because he's supposed to be readily available for the players to use as transportation. He's supposed to be that for the players. He's supposed to be a good guy, but you guys just straight nuked his whole circus, and now he has nothing. He's destitute. The only person he has is the woman that guided you guys here, right? There was a woman that guided you guys here through the desert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she hopped onto the oxen with him, and they rode off in the desert. It's like, no. I'm pretty sure they're going back to town, by the way.
Well, okay.
So in your shock and horror, you find that women, children, it doesn't matter. All different types of, you got to see that this is a circus. So people are growing up to become circus performers. So there was children too. So you just literally like decimated the whole circus. They're all dead. There's lots of stuff. There's like,
that's super.
There's
wonderful. This is a great opportunity for
dead animals
me
inside
to.
their cages. I mean, I guess you can go get their pelts and meat. And the fortune teller's dead, so I'm pretty sure you can go check out her tent. The freak show's dead, so I'm pretty sure you could check all that stuff out. You got all the games. I'm pretty sure you could check all that stuff out. There's lots of stuff to check out. Help yourself. It was going to be a functioning circus. I mean, it's not my fault. You guys just were so gung-ho after killing the boss, mind you. I was all like, these guys have like their blood circulating in their blood, in their veins. They come up over the desert. They're like, we're done. We're done with everything. We're not taking bullshit. And you guys had your guns blaring, for sure.
Why not to play a neutral character? Right here.
Well,
tragic man. No, but that's perfect because I actually wanted to figure out like how was I going to character navigate from being neutral to more like chaotic good.
That's chaotic good, is knowing that you did something bad because of what you realized afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Hemlock moves around this super fucking tragic scene. And all the waste.
Well, it's only people that are wasted. I mean, technically.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff. There's no way that Hemlock could possibly do something with all the stuff here.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I know. So I'm gonna check out all the different tents, I guess, and think about the
living quarters or the freak show tents.
I I mean, how would Hemlock know which is which? Just a random tent.
The freak shows tents have little signs in the front displaying the freaks that live inside the tent.
Oh, okay.
The living tents are clustered together to the corner where there's several fire pits, maybe some food roasting on a stick. You can see
Okay.
clothes set out to dry in the sun.
Okay. So I'm gonna check out the freak's tent. A lot of
Okay.
curiosity there.
All right. So you have the bearded lady. You have the guy with 1,000 nails in his head. You have a fish tank. And inside the fish tank, there was supposed to be a mermaid, but the fish tank is empty. The werewolf boy, and then there's one more. Hold on. Oh, and the fortune teller. I can't believe I forgot the fortune teller.
Well, I mean, you mentioned the fortune teller.
Yeah, but I always think that she's in her own thing, but she's a part of the freak show.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
Like in my mind, if you're gonna go check out the fortune teller, she has like her own shack. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
that's not
yeah.
a part of the freak show. She is a freak. You know.
That's fair. Are there any particularly interesting items? Anything from the ocean or shiny or?
Just an empty tank that you that the mermaid's supposed to be in. Like there's a display saying, see the woman's the first woman mermaid or the female mermaid. It has like a display on the front saying if you pay 25 cents you can see a mermaid and stuff like that.
Okay,
but the
so
thing is that you can see fish scales, large fish scales the size of a coin at the bottom of the tank, and upon closer inspection you can see that they're actual coins from an aquatic civilization.
So in Primordial, I asked hello, kind of peek around, see if there's any corners in the tent, places where a mermaid might come out and hide.
No, you can see that there's like a wet stain leading away from the tank, kind of going off towards a tarp area, and underneath the tarp, and then continues on towards the carnival interior, like the circus interior. Do you want to follow the smear on the floor?
I'm gonna take the coins.
Okay, so you find 10 aquatic coins at the bottom of the tank. You don't know the name of the coin or how much it's worth yet because you've never been to the civilization.
Yeah. So
aquatic coins.
I'm going to take those and then follow the trail of diminishing water.
Okay. So the diminishing water leads over to a like a death ball with a motorcycle on the inside. You can see that the motorcycle is laying over, and the daredevil on the inside is dead. And there's a smear that leads up to it, and it kind of tears off to the right hand side directly into an animal tent. And you can see like two flaps just barely open, and the watermark goes in between the two gaps of the doorway.
Okay. I'm gonna follow that.
Okay, so you walk inside, and the mermaid has a bowl over her head, and it's sealed around her neck, and the water's keeping her alive because she didn't breathe in the gas. So she's the only living member of the circus, and she looks at you and she's frightened, and you see her try to scurry away, but she doesn't have legs. She has a big dorsal fin. So she kind of flops and uses her arms to claw at the ground, trying to gain protection behind several crates that are nearby.
Okay, so in Primordial, I say, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. You left your coins and try to give them to her.
Okay, so because of the glass dome, all of your words in Primordial is humming something. Can't hear exactly what you're saying, but she can see that you hand out the coins to her, and she very gently walks over or kind of crawls over to you. She puts out her hand and she allows you to drop the coins in her hand. And then she quickly scurries back behind the crates.
So Hemlock makes faces of dismay and disappointment and sadness, and tries to gesture
That everything's gonna be okay, or
I'm sorry.
oh, okay.
Like,
do you want to roll an probably an insight check or an investigation check to get a little bit more info on the creature?
Yeah, let's do insight.
Okay. So you're gonna see that she's covered in whip scars. She's been whipped several times. And you can also see that she's got singe marks from electrical devices being placed on her gills. So she's really hesitant on kind of just accepting any type of conversation with you. So she's still, even though you're showing that you feel like I'm sorry and everything, she's been tortured.
Yeah, okay. I sit down on the ground and gesture to her, attempting to communicate and make inquisitive expressions to her.
She also kind of points. She points at her gills and she looks into the air and she goes like this.
I sweep my... Hemlock's hair is the color of kelp and is about like waist length.
Okay.
Which he typically kind of keeps over his ears and neck. But he sweeps it away from his neck and ears to show kind of fin-ish shaped ear situation, and also flexes the gills at his neck.
Okay. So as soon as your gills open up and flutter and then close back down, it identifies to her that you were able to breathe air and that the smoke wasn't killing you. So she pops off of the globe and all the water just pours all over her. She's able to speak regular common tongue to you. She asks, who's killed the whole, why did we get attacked? She asks you a couple questions. She asks you, why did they get attacked? Who attacked them? And thirdly, was it a hit job? Was it from like did someone pay you to destroy the circus? Most importantly is the last question she asks.
I think there was a misunderstanding. I and a couple of other people did this, and we were not paid. We ran afoul of some magic and were transported away. And when we came back to retrieve our things, which were left here, it was being loaded up, and we didn't ask questions or realize there were so many people here.
The woman replies to you that, how could you not realize that this was a carnival of joy and happiness, and they were simply setting up for the next performance in just a few hours at the local town that was just over the horizon. They were on their way to the town when you guys ambushed them. And so she says that she understands that you consider it a mistake. But she feels that her life is in danger still, and that you are the active threat. And she asks for you to release her and let her try to fend for herself out in the wild. She's going to try to survive in the desert.
So I'm not from around here. I didn't know about the town, and I've never seen whatever this is before.
Okay. It's like the first time you ever seen circus and stuff like that. It's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
I didn't know.
Mhm.
You're not my prisoner. I mean, you can leave. There's a desert just over there. I don't think you want to go that way.
Mhm.
Are you sure that you want to go alone? And why do you think that why'd you ask about a hitman?
So there's rumors that there was a mole inside of the circus. That someone was supposedly going to sabotage the circus and try to assassinate Puzo. And it just so happened that you guys came across and did exactly what the rumor had said was going to happen. That it was going to happen in the middle of the night, that it was going to happen quick, that it was going to happen from a group of heroes or a group of villains that you were told by villains. So she didn't know that you guys were good guys. And everything.
I don't know that we would say good. So I have no idea about those guys.
So she says that everything happened so quick, people were dropping so fast that all she could do is grab the local bowl from the gaming booth right next to her tank, fill it full of water, and then shove it over her head and try to make an escape.
Well, I don't know the terrain, but I could accompany you to the ocean if you want.
So
I obviously understand if you don't.
The fish person just wants to kind of get back to her tank. That's kind of her main priority right now. It's getting back to her tank.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want some space?
She just crawls on the ground and like makes her way back to the tank.
Do you want some help?
Nah, I guess she asked you for help. She asked you for a little bit of a pick me up, I guess.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the least I could do.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna do a strength check, and then we're gonna see if you can carry me. 5. So all you have to roll is higher than 5.
Yeah, I can do a 5. I rolled 4. I got a 1.
That's a 5.
It's a little bit of a struggle. Apparently, I'm worn out.
There you go. That's a little bit of a struggle. You're worn out, and you drag her, and she's heavier than you thought. And you barely get her up to the side of the tank.
Something about the fish dynamics outside of water. I don't know.
There you go. There you go. So, science. So you push her over the edge, and she dunks into the water. And you see her kind of situate the coins on the floor. And when she situates the coins onto the floor, she kind of makes them into a circle formation. And she takes out her necklace, and she starts to rub the necklace as it starts to glow in her hands. And you see her whisper something into it as the water starts to churn inside of the tank. And before you can kind of blink, starts to slosh really heavily back and forth. And the water starts to suck down into a portal being created at the bottom of the tank. It's very small at first, but then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, kind of like a drain. And within just a few seconds, the tank starts to empty. And you see her swashing around, and she goes into it, and the water seeps in, the coins vibrate, lift off of the ground, and then shoot out through the glass shatters, and the portal vanishes. And the only thing that's left over is the coins left over on the floor.
Okay, I'm going to pick up the coins again.
You pick up the same amount of coins you discovered first.
Yep, okay. I'm going to go think about what I've done in another tent. And soak in the horror.
Is it the tent to her right or the tent to her left?
We're going to go to Tryten's right.
Okay, so to the right-hand side, it's the strong man's tent. And you can see just lots of weights everywhere. And he's keeled over, and you can see that there's a bar that he was lifting up at that time, and it went down over his neck and broke his neck. So he's just laying there in his chair with a weight on his neck, and his head's tilted off to the side.
Pretty sure this did not help the time continuum.
Help the time continuum. Where'd you get the I was like, where'd you get the dice from?
I look around the tent.
Okay.
And
you see a bed frame, very simple, kind of like a cot. Lots of different types of power energy food and types of supplement drinks and like all these powders and stuff like that. And then you see kind of a suitcase hidden underneath his bed. If you pull it out and open it, inside you see a bunch of syringes filled with different colored liquids.
How does one go about testing what's in a syringe?
I don't know.
Okay, so I take the suitcase, close it up, and bring it outside.
Okay. The suitcase has 4 syringes in the inside. And the syringes are 1 foot long. They're very large syringes.
Yeah, I'll say.
The needles are about 5 inches. 6 inches. The needles are 6 inches.
Okay. So I'm going to leave that suitcase on the ground outside and go to the next tent to the right.
Okay. You on that? The tent to the right?
Yes.
That's the fortune teller's tent. So the fortune teller's tent is red drapes and kind of like a small entryway. There's a single seat with a table with drapes over it with a glass ball, except it's not a woman who sits on the other side of the table. It's a box, and it has a skull on the inside of the box. You recognize this skull. It is identical to the one that you saw inside of the necromancer's office. The very same one that he was using to communicate to Darla. This skull does have 2 gems in its eye sockets, a lot like the one that you guys created. And it's sitting on a felt pillow. It does have some skin left over on the skull itself and hair as well. You can see several teeth are left over, and on the bottom of the box is a small slit. and the slit spits out a little piece of paper. And as you walk up to it to examine what's going on, a little piece of paper sticks out. It dispenses it.
I'm sorry, repeat that last thing.
When you walk into the tent, it dispenses a little piece of paper to you.
Okay. I read the little paper.
The paper says, sit in a chair, and I will tell you your fortune.
Okay. I sit in the chair.
Another paper spits out.
I read the paper.
It says, let me gaze into my crystal ball as I tell you your fortune. And then you see the...
Is this how you talk now?
Huh?
I asked the skull, is this how you talk now?
Oh, you won't get an answer yet. So the orb just starts to swirl with like a fog of gas inside. And the crystals on the eyes start to flicker just ever so slightly as another paper spits out.
I read the paper.
It says, soon you will find a challenge that will deem to be difficult but easily accomplished.
Okay. That's suitably cryptic. Could apply to anybody. Is that it? That's all you got for me, Skull?
Another paper spits out.
Okay, I read the paper.
Ask me a question, I shall answer.
Who tortured the mermaid?
Paper spits out.
And it says?
One single name.
What's the name?
It starts with B.
Buzo?
Yes. Another paper spits out.
I read the paper.
It says, before you lies a quest I shall tell. Another paper spits out.
I read the paper.
There lies a tower with an eye inside. Another paper spits out.
I read the paper.
The eye you must find to defeat the one. Another paper spits out. And when you grab that paper, it won't come out. It's stuck in place. So you try to give a little bit. Try to pull. It doesn't let go. Try harder and harder. And then all of a sudden, the box sets on fire. And the paper lights as well. And you lose the information on the last page. The only thing left over in the pile of ash is the skull with 2 crystals inside.
Okay, Skull, you got that message for me again? Because clearly it just lit on fire along with your box. Am I supposed to bring you another box? What the? Do you want to come with me? What are we doing here?
It's up to you. It's not going to answer you now.
How heavy is this skull?
5 pounds.
I take the skull after looking around the tent to see if there's anything else of interest.
Just the crystal ball.
I take the probably heavy crystal ball.
Yeah, it's also 5 pounds.
Okay. I take the skull and the crystal ball and set them on top of the suitcase outside, and
Okay.
continue looking around, circling to the right.
That's just in a big circle.
Yeah, just
The next portion is all game booths. So you're just going to go into the game booths area.
okay.
Okay. So basically skee ball, basketball, like teddy bear, grab 'em games, pop balloons, bob for apples, fish for little goldfish, basic carnival stuff.
I look around in fascination at all of the things, and lose in action when I see the goldfish.
Goldfish are cool. They're in water.
I've never seen goldfish before. I mean, they're extinct.
Wow, that's impressive.
I mean, the rivers were poisoned eons ago.
My God, those goldfish.
R.I.P. goldfish. I collect the apples. I guess after discovering what apples are.
You discover 6 apples.
I also collect the darts at the balloons.
You collect 50 darts.
And I pick up a stuffed animal and bring
Which
this strange.
Which one? There's a whole wall of them. Which one?
Oh, I take a stuffed tiger.
Is it the big one, medium one, or a tiny one?
Oh, a tiny one.
Oh, okay. One that you can carry with you?
Yes.
Is it made out of straw or fluff?
It's made of fluff.
Nice. Plushy.
I moved to the next area.
And the next area is the stage.
Both wonder and horror at the amazing thing which I have mostly destroyed by myself.
You get to the stage. That's where you get up to next.
Okay.
Excellent. All right. So, yeah, the stage. On the stage, there's a wheel. Okay, so the stage is separated into 2 parts, front stage and backstage. And in the backstage, there's a single cage with a lion inside. Lion's dead. There's a wheel with several daggers in it that spins. There's a small pool of water that's supposed to be a part of a high dive act. And there's several buckets of oil with torches in them for the fire eaters act. And a large trapeze above you. Yeah.
So exactly how big is this fog cloud that I bring in? Because dang, this circus sounds big-ish.
Yeah, kind of. Except wind blows gas all over the place.
Which would dissipate it, right? They'd take less damage.
No. Those people were just ordinary guys. They had like 1 health point.
Oh.
Most of them didn't even have 1 health point. They're lucky if they had 1 health point. Regular people don't have a lot of health. They're just regular people. You guys are heroes. There's a big difference between a hero and a regular person. Like a huge difference.
Is there? Because I got hit in the ass by a car a year and a half ago. At like
Regular
50
people.
miles an hour.
Hey, that 1 health point though, right? Doing pretty damn good with that 1 health point.
I'm pretty sure that it did more than 1 health point worth of damage. I'm just saying. Like, I feel like a normal person, therefore I feel like a normal person would have more than 1 health point.
Why would you give him this? Don't spill that. Yes, don't do that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to check out the backstage area.
Okay, you're at the backstage is just where all of the equipment is. So there's nothing back there except stuff for the sets.
Okay. You said there's a trapeze and a
Small pool of water for the high dive. A wheel with daggers in it that spins. A cage with a lion inside that's dead. And a couple other acts.
Having recently seen a bunch of undead things, I ponder how creepy it would be if I attempted to, or even if it would be possible, to attach the sea lion's spirit to the lion.
Do you mean inhabit the dead body? That'd be practicing necromancy, and that'd be your first cantrip that would be introducing necromancy, and then you would waste your level 3 cantrip in fusing your ghost lion into dead creatures.
Yeah. I was thinking a little less like the whole body, so much as like.
That's necromancy.
Yeah, it seems pretty unnatural. I don't know if you'd like it. I'm gonna move on from this awkward and horrible moment.
Okay. So you leave, and then on the other side is the living quarters, where everyone just that's where their regular clothes are. That's where the food, water is. Living quarters.
I go and check that out.
It's filled with a lot of women and children. It's also filled with a lot of people in their beds, and many of them are right in front of food that they were recently cooking. Several people are in the middle of putting their clothes on and getting prepared for performances. Others are leaving already dressed, fully ready for their acts. Quite a few people.
Well, this was horrific enough to warrant changing a character's alignment.
You're the one that did it, man. Just saying, you killed all those people.
Exactly my point.
You killed all of those people.
Like unintentional, collateral, massive carnage. Like, try to kill 5, kill 50.
Yes. Can I have you roll a perception check at this moment in time?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Let me know what it is.
Oh, heckin' roll off the date. Hold on while I arrange my druid's rolling area. Ah. Perception. Okay, so my passive perception is 16, but I just rolled a 15. What? Heh.
It's my dice rolling tray.
Yeah, there's no edges, which might be a flaw of this plan.
Getting a heart of the tree is super sacred. It's kind of super important. The first tree that I cut down with my bare hands with an axe and not a chainsaw, I kept the heart of the tree like you have right there.
Oh,
Super
I bought this guy.
I bought it.
It came from Thailand, by the way. It's been burned in. Check it out.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Which I honestly don't want to be there. It's gonna turn into like a floating shelf with like, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. I'm gonna drill 4 holes like this, and like this,
Mm-hmm.
and string some rope through it and hang it.
I'm gonna have it hang. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super cool. Super cool.
It's so difficult to not have any shelves that are like around my bed, and because it's adjustable, like a table is too
It's just
short.
have things hang. You know?
Yeah. So if it's just like over here. Anyway, so I rolled 15 with my stats. That's an 18.
Okay, so 18.
Yeah.
18 is going to be that. So 18. You're gonna see that there are 3 figures in the distance coming in on camelback, and they're coming in very quickly. You can see that they're all wearing bright blue uniforms and metallic armor. They'll be here within 10 minutes. Stop it, Obsidian.
Insight is different than.
Insight's apparent. Investigation's hidden.
Okay, I see. I quickly collect my findings
Okay.
/ loot,
Okay.
and load up Lumpy with those items.
Okay.
And then make ourselves not immediately visible to sight.
So you'd like to hide.
I would like to hide.
You're going to make a stealth check. And then depending on your
Yes.
roll is how stealthy you hit.
Not stealthily. 8 plus my dexterity, I think. Dexterity?
You should have a modifier attached. And the gentlemen roll up in their
That's
horses.
10.
So whatever you roll is going to be a dash for cover right now. So what did you roll?
I rolled 8. I've got
Okay.
a 2 modifier, so I quickly and amateurishly dive behind a tent.
A
Nothing
crate.
special. A crate. Okay, a crate.
10 gets you a crate. So well behind the crate, you can see the three gentlemen right up, and they're wearing large masks that cover most of their face. You can just see their eyes. One opens it, and you can see two large tusks as he's an orc, and he kind of smuts and snarls, and he spits out a chunk of like tobacco on the floor. He signals over to the other one to kind of like circle around, and one starts riding off, and he makes a complete circle all the way around the circus, comes back, and you see him kind of have a conversation with the leader, but you're not far, I mean, you're too far away, but not close enough to hear the conversation that's going on. So you just see the two men having a conversation. But you can tell from your expert hand language that he's basically saying that everyone here is dead, and that he doesn't know where Buzo is. So the group of gentlemen are going to make a investigation check to see if anybody's alive.
Real quick before we get into time passing significantly, nobody ever actually told me how long or what the date was when we started the game. When I started the game. So like, I know how long it's been since I started.
Okay.
But not what date it was when.
The game starts on Hammer 9th. Is when the game started. Because it's an active world. You're asking when the game started. So Hammer 9th is when the main campaign started. When the very
I need to go back and listen to all of the 8 hours to find out how many days passed?
No, I'm going to tell you. I haven't.
Okay.
You don't have to do that. So,
you're starting with when the game started. I'm like, oh, crap.
Yeah, but you have the date though for the year, right? Because there's a year. You didn't grab that either. Just a moment. I'll get all of that for you. So we have right here.
In fact, at this moment, my character's been a little wrapped up, does not know what year it is.
Okay. So it is month 1, the 8th day of the hammer. So it's Hammer 8th, 0280. And then, since now you know the birth of the game, I'm going to go through the time passage. So the level 7 player went through 3 years of the game already. So whatever time has elapsed is 3 years past. And then your boys played for 2 months, which is chess, yeah, there it is right there. Day, Leroy Day. And then you guys played and killed the Skeleton King, which means that when you started today's campaign, you are on Myrtle 23rd. Myrtle 23rd. You see that? Mirtul 23rd of 02, 3 years later.
Okay. Well, thank you. All right. So, since I've already rolled my stealth check, I guess that means that we're just waiting to find out how well they do their investigation.
Correct. Okay. So we have a 12, 13, and a 3. What did they find?
2 of them apparently spot me hiding behind a crate.
Okay. What does the other one find?
He found his shoe.
Wow! He's impressed by his new shoe. Holy shit, guys, check it out. I found my own shoe. And he just stares at his shoe. Like, Billy, you already had that shoe before we came here. Jesus. You knew he was special, right? I didn't bring him. Mom said to bring him. You see this guy that's behind this crate, though, right? Yeah, there's a dude right there behind the crate.
Yeah, I meekly step out. Hello.
Holy shit, he's stepping out. Hey there, dude. What's going on? And the big tusk guy kind of tussles and just kind of gets really pissed off. He's like, "Where's Buzo?"
He rode off that way. Lady.
How long ago?
I give an approximation of how long has passed. Not long. Half an hour maybe.
And he looks over at his other partner. He's like, track his whereabouts. And then you see like the guy that's looking at his shoe, like, on it. And he kind of like wanders over and like he sees the tracks that Buzo left. And he just like is fascinated with his shoe until he's gonna roll another investigation check. So he's gonna check it out. Let's hope that he's not fascinated with his shoe again. Ooh, nat 20. 20.
Wow.
So he picks up super on Buzo's trail, and he knows exactly how fast he's going. He knows his direction, everything, and he informs his group that he knows where Buzo is.
Why do you want to know where Buzo is?
So Orc looks at you and he says, "What business is that of yours?"
I have some unfinished business with him.
Buzo owns this land. Buzo owns much of Whiteville. We need him alive. He was going to come to our town to perform for our people, but that's not the true reason he was coming. It was much more important than that, but that's not your business. We also have means with Buzo, so if you want to find him, you're more than welcome to join our merry band of guys, and we will allow you to talk to Buzo when we find him. Is that a deal?
Deal.
Okay. So they're not going to allow you on their horses. So
well, I have a camel.
Sweet. Awesome. So you guys get to depart off. Do you want to get prepared before you depart, or do you just want to depart?
Yeah, I get myself situated with my armor and pack again.
Okay. I'm going to roll an investigation check for the second guy.
Okay.
18. So I know exactly what he found. So as you're getting your stuff ready, and you all depart, it's a 4 hours ride, and you guys are at full speed. And it's at this moment in time that second gentleman brings up what he found. He reveals that he was wiping some surfaces, and he discovered a poisonous residue that had murdered everybody at the circus. And he has suspicion on who it may, or not necessarily who, but where it may have came from. And he just like leaves it at that he has suspicion of where it may have come from. And the orc is very, very cautious. And he asks you, what exactly happened at the circus? Why didn't it show up in the town as it was supposed to? Were you a part of the performers?
No, I was not a part of the performers.
What were you doing there? What was your business there?
I have a 13 perception to attempt to read his body language and tone.
His tone and body language is 8. So what did you roll?
I rolled 10, and I've got a +3.
Okay, so his body language is soft but stern and inquisitive.
I and others misunderstood Buzo collecting and leaving with our belongings, and
You?
not by intent.
He accidentally robbed you. And then the other two gentlemen are like, how does he accidentally rob you?
Complicated. So there was some magic involved and a teleportation scroll, and we all got teleported into the middle of the desert, naked. With
the guy that's in front is tracking the track, stops, and he says, teleportation. Turns around. Where did you teleport from?
From there.
From where?
From where the... Okay, so my character doesn't know the name of places. So where the circus... I don't know the word for circus. Where the camp was.
You teleported from the camp to the camp?
No.
I'm very confused.
No. The camp used to be... This is weird. Okay.
Orc is like, elaborate.
When we originally arrived to that location, it was a pile of skeletons.
Buzo was a pile of skeletons.
No, not Buzo. Before Buzo got there. Okay. Before Buzo was there. Many days before Buzo was there.
The burial mounds. The burial mounds, the ancient burial mounds that are just gigantic hills of skeletons left over from the old war.
It was a giant pile of skeletons.
That's the burial mounds.
Then yes.
What were you guys doing at the burial mounds?
We came through a portal from a room.
Another guy, the guy that says teleportation. First you say you teleported, and now you're going through a portal?
We went through a portal first and fell onto the pile of skeletons. This other guy, I don't give the name, this other guy cast some kind of incineration spell, and they became a pile of ash. Then the other guy wrote a scroll, which then teleported us into the desert, but naked. And all of our things were left here on the hillside.
So you traveled all the way here to reclaim your items that was lost through your teleportation.
Yes.
Understandable. And when you showed up, it was Buzo who had found your equipment first. You see, understandably, Buzo would have taken your equipment without hesitation. You see, he's an entrepreneur by trade, and you got to understand, from his childhood, he was a expert sleight of hand thief. So of course he would come up on something that would be in his most lucrative interests. Now, as far as your party members, he wouldn't have fought back against you, knowing that his performers had little to nothing to gain from their slaughter. So my main question is, did you slaughter those people?
Yes.
And then what is your business with Buzo? And the whole group just stops.
So I have a 22 perception. Yeah. How is his body language? when he's asking about my
Threatening.
interest in Busto.
Threatening. Angry. Fort running. Forward. Rude.
I met a survivor. The Mermaid.
We don't know of any of Buzo's performers. We were expecting their crew. This would be the very first time that we saw his actual circus. We've met Buzo himself many times before, but he's never brought his circus with him.
I met a mermaid. She had whip scars and what looked like electrocution damage to her gills.
Buzo carries around a stun weapon. I wouldn't see why he wouldn't have used it on his own performers. What is it to you?
I'd like to ask him about that.
Do you want to inquire why he disciplines his performers the way he does? Quite honestly, we treat our slaves much worse than that. And the other two gentlemen say, yeah, I mean, come on, we rape our women every single week. And then the other guy's like, man, you think that's bad? I mean, you should see what we do with animals. It's not even that. Please. And these guys are chuckling.
I have a look of confusion. What's slave and what's rape?
Yeah. So they explain to you, since you're confused, that they have indentured servants.
Look of horror ensues.
In the village that they're from. And it is the exact same village you went through and collected supplies from. So you got to look at these guys through two means of view. You got to look at these guys as being a part of your gang getting you to Buzo, but at the same time being immediate threats because they're starting to get onto you. Yeah. And at this moment in time, the orc kind of just loses all trust in you at all. And he kicks his horse a little bit and he gets it going. But unfortunately, the horse is attached to these like chains with small hooks on them. Mm-hmm. So that when he kicks the horse, it puts it in pain. And it doesn't go faster. It just neighs in pain, and he kind of just smirks at you, and he's like, "Does that hurt you? When I torture my slave?"
Yes, it does. Don't you hear its pain? It didn't do any better.
Anything. And then he does it again. And the other two gentlemen start to laugh.
I fall into silence. I have nothing to say.
Okay. So the group continues. It's sunset. It's time to camp. So the three gentlemen, do not set up camp. They just drink from these small little flasks, tiny little flasks. They just drink from it. And then see their eyes get a green glisten to them. And then a kind of like a fog, green fog, moves over their eyes. And they gain energy to keep going throughout the night. And they look at you and they say, you can camp if you want to, but we're continuing on.
Okay. I carry on, and I assume take a point of exhaustion for not sleeping?
Yes. Got that right. And then you didn't get to do a long rest, so roll a random encounter for what's going to happen in a few seconds.
8.
The four of you come across a lump soaring through the sand, and it comes burrowing up to your feet, and out comes a small gopher. And the gopher is wearing a tailor's outfit. He's got like a large spindle of string with a needle in it. And he's got lots of little bits and bobbins all over the place. And he looks at you and he snickers his face a little bit and cleans off his face. And he offers to upgrade, repair, or sell to you, which you can purchase, anything of fabric equipment. Anything fabric equipment. He buys, sells, and upgrades or repairs.
What does he have to sell?
He has 3 things to sell. All 3 of them are facial equipment. And there are various masks. And one of them is just 2 goggles, just glass goggles. One of them is a mask over the nose and mouth. And then another one is like a gas mask looking contraption with a slot on just a gas chamber on the left hand side. But you can see that it's for dust and not chemicals. It's all made out of cloth. Everything's made out of cloth. No metal whatsoever.
What do you want for the mask?
The one that covers the nose and mouth, it's like a full, like this. Mm-hmm. It's 25 gold pieces. And then for the abilities of that mask is that it allows you to breathe in sandstorms.
To the map. So we are at Bitter Ridge.
Yes, you are. Well, you're a little bit beyond.
We were at Bitter Ridge. So what direction did we take off in?
Just a moment. You are. Let me share my screen real quick so you can see exactly who you are.
And is all of Bitter Ridge, is that all desert? Is that what I'm seeing?
No, Bitter Ridge is all, it's an desolate iceland. But you are beyond the cliffs on the other side where it's all arid desert. You don't have that map yet because you never picked up a map. So all you have is the world map, and you do not see your current location in the world map.
Yeah,
That's
okay, so
because you don't need to, because your mission is to return back to the original map, correct?
Yeah, well, I don't know that that's my mission per se. It may be something I want to do.
Okay.
But
well, anyway, when you assassinated Buzo, or when Buzo escaped, I'm sorry, my mistake. When Buzo escaped, he left to Bitter Ridge. That's where I said that he was going to. He's leaving to Bitter Ridge.
Oh, I thought we were on Bitter Ridge.
No. That's what the discussion was at the end of the session. I was all like, so your next plan is to follow Buzo head through Bitter Ridge across the ocean so that you can make it back to the town of Darkfeather. And everyone just kept nodding their head. Like, okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. So I have a clarifying question. Our desert robes did not involve a mask already?
If they were just the robes, they are just hooded, and they do not come with facial features. No.
Cool. Okay. Then in that case, I will purchase the mask.
Okay.
I just dropped all my dice. Hold on. But I attempt to barter. Is there any way that we can drop the price on that a little? With a 15.
With the 15 gold pieces?
No, with a 15. I rolled 15. Asking if we could.
So what would you like to do? Are you going to intimidate him? Are you going to persuade him?
Oh, persuasion. Persuasion.
Okay, so we're going to do a persuasion check right now.
Yeah. I rolled 15.
Let me just zoom in here. I'm trying to get this Bitter Ridge looked up here so that the viewers can see. And then back to our main screen. Okay, so what now?
I rolled 15 to persuade him to drop the price.
17.
That's a no. Okay. Where's my paper? I lost a page of notes. Heck, whatever. Okay, I'll take that.
Okay. So what? You're gonna pay him the 25 gold pieces?
Yes. I melted things down. I give him 25 gold pieces.
Okay. Excellent. So you guys journey on. You come up over a large mountain range. When you guys get up to the mountain range, you have to depart from your horses and start climbing up a sharp cliff face. The cliff face is 200 feet high. You guys are going to need some type of rope or something like that. One of the guys of the party is a gecko. So he just takes off his gloves and his shoes, and then he just grabs onto the wall and starts climbing up. The orc pulls out 2 daggers and then sticks it into the wall and starts climbing. The third one takes out a long rope and then starts swirling it around with a grappling hook, throws it up, and launches it on about like halfway up around 120 feet, and attaches a small machine to the rope and clicks it onto his belt and looks up, and he rappels upwards. And you are left alone at the bottom. How do you climb? How do you ascend? You have 200 feet.
Well, I have 200 feet of silk rope, but I don't have a grappling hook or a climber's kit.
That sucks. Better be inventive. They're climbing up the mountain, everybody. Climbing up the mountain.
I can't recall if I used kelp grip in the battle or not. I think I did. I've got a little X right there. Since I have not
You
slept.
did. You used kelp grip on the boss.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Technically, it's the start of a new day, but
I didn't sleep.
you didn't sleep. So you got
Like, I might have dozed on the camel sometimes, but that's not sleep. So I'm going to tie the rope to the end of my bone harpoon and throw it forcefully into the cliff face.
Okay, so we're going to do a strength check for the throw. And what's the distance you can throw that javelin at?
80 feet.
So you can go 80 feet up, and you're going to throw your strength. So your strength's going to say how high you throw that 80 feet. And
I hurt myself.
Just reached the 200 feet mark. So they reached the top of the cliff face. The rest of the group, all three gentlemen, reached the top of the cliff face.
So I hit myself in the face with the harpoon instead of actually throwing it up.
Wow. What'd you roll?
I rolled a 1.
Oh, then that's a critical. I get to narrate that.
Okay. Have fun with that one.
So you see these guys climbing up, and you're like, you know what? I got this. I live in the ocean. I gotta show these guys that I'm made of something. I can't just show myself. I gotta be better than these guys.
Be best.
Your arm flexes, and you get all of this like fishy strength, and you just peer right up at a rock, and you know it's gonna be your target, and you're like, I got this. And you throw, and your hand's really slippery, and it just slides right through the whole shaft as the spear raises slightly in the air and then falls onto your shoulder, piercing you in place, taking 1d4 damage. And now the spear is piercing your fishy body, holding you to the ground. How many points of damage did you take?
3.
3 points of damage. So now you have a nice little right on your shoulder.
Okay, well, I remove my newest piercing.
Strength check. 15 or higher.
I hurt myself worse.
So your slippery hands cannot free you from the spear. You take another 1d4 damage. You start to bleed out. Your fishiness.
I try to get out again. I squirm a little, but literally do not get off my own hook.
So you take another 1d4. No, wait. This is.
Oh, it was not critical.
No, so this is 1d6 damage plus another level of exhaustion. So you need to go one more level higher on exhaustion, and the damage you take right now is 1d6. In trying to get free, you tear an artery.
I didn't roll a 1.
You didn't have to roll a 1. You're still pinned, and you've been trying to get free. This is self-harm now. You're just hurting yourself.
All right. I'm going to apply medicine to myself.
On the hole? On the stick thing?
There's no hole. There's just a spear through me.
Yeah, so I don't understand. Are you going to apply paste? What type of medicine are you using?
I'm going to apply pressure to staunch the flow of blood.
Okay. So for this turn, you slow the stop of blood to 1d4. And you don't take a level exhaustion. But at level 2 exhaustion, don't you get some disadvantages?
Oh. My speed is halved.
Okay, that's not going to matter. But you have disadvantages on ability checks. So you need to be rolling on disadvantages.
Oh, what's the disadvantage?
That means you roll 2 dice and you have to choose the lesser of both.
Oh, okay. I did not know. Okay.
So every single one of these strength checks you've been doing since the very first attempt of taking the spear out, you should have been rolling 2 dice and choosing the lesser of both.
You can't take less than 10. I mean, less than 1, rather. So.
I know. I'm just making a point.
That's a great point, but I rolled 1 on the first 2.
Here you go. So what's this one? What's this roll?
Oh, I was just catching up. I got a 10 and a 12, neither of which was going to make any difference to what I was doing.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm going to try again to get off, to pull the spear out of the ground or whatever. Something.
15 or higher, so just...
I got it. The lower of the 2? All right, then I'm still on the hook. Because I got an 18, but also a 12.
Ooh. Yeah, then you're gonna definitely be still stuck on that pike, and now you didn't stop the bleeding this turn. You attempted to get free, so there's gonna be another 1d6 plus another level of exhaustion.
Super.
You're dying on this pole. You are literally dying on this pole. A monster's not even killing you. You killed yourself.
It's fine. I got this.
How am I going to explain this?
It's going to be all right.
I literally see Julius at work tomorrow. I'm gonna see him in the face. I'm gonna be like, Ayana killed herself on her own pole. Like,
Still himself, but whatever.
Oh my god! Did you make it free?
No, I got a 15. Oh, wait a minute.
If it's a 15, you get free.
No, but I had to roll twice, and I got a 12, and I only have a +1, so I did not get free.
Oh god, why?
I don't know.
Okay, so I can't help you. You can't do anything.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. I'm gonna gobble some food real quick.
You can do that. I can't stop you from doing that, but I can't help you. Like I literally can't do anything. Like all I can tell you is how much worse it gets.
There. All right.
How much food did you eat?
I ate 2 rations.
So 2 rations reduces 2 levels of exhaustion.
Cool.
And then you heal for those rations. So you know how much a ration heals for, right?
That was a 1d6, correct?
Yeah, you got it. Cool.
Yep. Yeah, still not getting out.
So initially another 1d6 and then another level of exhaustion if you can't get free.
All right.
You want to attempt something else than your strength? Maybe you're better at something else? I don't know.
I mean, I've got a +4 to Constitution, but I have no idea how to use that in this situation.
Constitution is your health.
I know.
So that's your health points, how much health you gain when you level up. your health integrity, your health regeneration. That's all health.
I'm still not off the hook.
Jesus. So now, okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay, now it's 1d8 damage.
Oh, okay.
You no longer take exhaustion. You take a broken bone. So you have to permanently lower your health by 1d4.
I would like to know how I'm bleeding out from a hole that is currently plugged, or how I'm breaking a bone by not being able to wiggle off of it.
It's not wiggling. You're tearing the hole open by strength. It's your strength check. You're trying to get yourself free. You got to imagine that in your brain, is that you're holding on to this pole and you're trying to push yourself either off of the pole, all the way off of the pole, or you're going to pull yourself down towards the ground and then pull the pole out of the
So
ground.
if it was going, so here's the thing: if it was going through my shoulder, it would be at an angle, and I should be able. It's not. Listen, it's only 4 foot long. I'm taller than 4 foot.
Yes, but you're pierced at an angle. So how much is left over? What, a foot and a
Dude,
half?
so it would be like push it through the hole to get out.
Right. So what
I
you
don't
do-
understand why this is. No,
No
it's
matter
not.
what-
It's not a lift off the ground. It's just a.
So the whole thing is that it takes a D15 to get free. That's what it takes. D15. And then you need strength to get free. And then you're tearing your hole open. The only other thing I can say
Okay, well,
is
I'm just gonna die. Fine.
you should use another means other than strength, like I suggested.
You know what? It is late, and I have no idea what the fuck another means is.
Like
I like as an intelligent person with knowledge of medical shit. I'd just be like, look, you just need to pull it out of the hole. It's not hard. It shouldn't be a 15, but whatever.
Is it because the angle, or is it because the length of the trident?
Both, because the length of the trident, it's not a trident. It's a spear.
Okay. And
The harpoon shape.
And
So-
your character is taller than 4 feet or shorter than 4 feet?
Much taller than 4 feet.
So it went all the way through you.
Basically.
Okay, so the scenario
So I shouldn't have been
should have played
pinned
differently
to the ground in the first place. It's not tall enough for
it
that.
should have went straight through you, because I had a preemptive position here that you were 4'3".
No, I'm 5'4".
5'4". Okay, so I have you and Julius mixed up. Give me a second. Julius is 4'3".
So like, yes, I should hurt myself, but why am I pinned to the ground, and why can't I just?
No, that makes more sense to me, because I was like, when you originally get hit by the spear, you should take the damage from the spear. That's
Yes,
right there, damage from the
but
spear.
it's either it's in me, and I can push it through or pull it through, or it's in the ground and it went all the way through. But it can't be both.
No, we're gonna mark this as that it went through you and it's stuck into the ground.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'm erasing some of this stuff. That makes more sense to me. Give me a second.
That makes a lot more sense to me too, because I'm like, why is it a 15? It shouldn't be that hard.
On my paper sheet, I have you marked as 4'3", but you're not.
That does make sense. That would.
I'm like, you're only 4 foot. The spear is 4 foot. If you're at an angle, you're going to be pinned to the ground. I was like, no matter what. That's what I was planning in my mind. It may only be a little bit like 6 inches, but you still have to raise yourself up or go down. Either way, you're jacking your shoulder. But if you're 5'4", it's going to go all the way through you, and it's going to leave a whole foot of air in between your shoulder and the spear end.
Yeah, I'm like, let's just apply some medicine to it and stop the bleeding.
So you originally took a 1d4 from the spearhead, correct?
Correct. That was a 3.
Okay, and then you need to staunch the bleeding. So how do you staunch the bleeding?
I get some. Let's see. What do I have?
Because if you can't staunch the bleeding, then that first damage of 1d6 that you take, not exhaustion, just that 1d6 you're gonna take.
Okay. Well, I have a lot of extra silk rope, which I'm going to use to compress and
Make like a patch
yeah,
or some type of gauze, like a gauze.
yeah. Unravel the silk rope and make a little something.
Okay, so then that way you don't have to take that d6 damage. So just take the original 1d4 from
Okay.
the original piercing, and then we'll mark it from then, and we'll start from then on. Because
Okay.
that was just like a spiral of hate.
Like, why do you not want my character to live? Why are you making it so hard?
Was like, I can't help you. I can't do anything for you, and I guess I'm gonna die, Zach. That's all. I'm gonna die.
What do you exactly? You want to do the worst of two? What? All right, I need to.
It's a spiral down.
Mark.
So you're gonna.
I'm still gonna eat a ration, regardless.
So to pull the spear free from the ground is only a strength check of 5 or higher.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm still gonna take the rations though.
Yeah, you can.
Does taking rations reduce a level of exhaustion, like just in general?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
And you're gonna heal those health points, right? So in case.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm fine now.
Mm-hmm.
I easily pull the spear from the ground and look at it with disgust.
What color is your blood?
It's like everybody else's blood. Fish's blood, even. It's red.
Right.
Well,
we come up against so an hour has passed and they're long gone. So it's just
it took an hour for me to pull the spear out of the ground, like to eat the food and pull the spear out of the ground.
I'll say 45 minutes has passed.
Okay, fine. So I rolled a 15. I throw the spear into the side of the cliff and climb up my 80 feet.
Okay, so you're now 80 feet off of the ground, holding onto your spear.
I find a ledge or rock to shove my feet into.
Okay, and we're going to do an acrobatics check to see if you can grab onto the wall. This is going to be a 10 or higher.
I just barely managed to get my toes into a small crevasse. Yeah.
So now that you're free of your spear and you're on the wall itself, do you want to take out the spear and attempt to throw it again, or?
That is my plan.
Okay, so you're going to need to pull it out. That's a strength check of 5 to pull the spear out. You already know that.
I'm very successful in removing it from the wall of stone.
And you said you had 200 feet of rope, but you used some of that rope to create a gauze. So
correct.
Did you use a foot of it as gauze material?
We'll say 6 inches to a foot of that.
Yeah. You measuring feet, so just a foot.
Yeah, a foot. Okay. But there's still only 80 feet that the rope is capable of going. Yeah.
Well, 80 from where you are, and it's already been 80, so it's an additional 80 for a total of 160. Because you're 80 feet off of the ground. That's all rope already.
Yes.
Right. So now that you're on the wall, you're going to throw it again. That's another 80 feet total of 160 feet of rope.
I'm not trying to pull somebody else up from the ground.
Oh, so you mean what you're going to do is while you're on the wall, you're going to retract the lower 80.
Yeah.
And then throw it up another 80 so that there's nothing dangling down here.
Yes.
All right. You need to explain that. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, so the plan is not to throw 200 foot-ish of rope, but rather to use 100 foot of rope each time that I throw.
Mm-hmm.
Since I can only throw it so far and know it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I once again succeed in throwing the spear into the cliff, another 80 feet up, and climb to that location.
All right. And now you're going to try to get out onto another ledge?
I do not find a foothold. You said it was a 15?
Yeah. No, a 10.
Yeah.
10 for acrobatics.
Oh, a 10. A 10. Okay. Yeah, so I'm able to find a small rock to put my foot on and another little
So
incline.
the wind blows past you and something falls off you. What falls off you?
Wind. How strong's the wind?
It's like a gust. It's just something insignificant.
I lose my knife.
Okay. You just watch it tumble. It takes about like 30 to 40 seconds before it hits the ground.
Fine. I wiggle the spear, harpoon, whatever, free. It takes me a little work, but it comes loose. I have modifiers. I throw it up that last
40.
length. Yeah, last 40. And just manage to get it to stick into the top of the cliff face.
Okay.
And finish my climb.
As you're finishing your climb, you see the orc walk over to your harpoon and lean his hand on it and lean over the edge and stare down at you. And he grins on his face and he says, "How badly do you care to live?"
Well, I mean, I'd like to live. I have some things that need doing, unrelated to the sky.
So he kind of starts to drool, and he says, "I want something that you consider valuable." And he reaches out his hand.
How would you like me to weigh the value of that? Valuable for obtaining things from other people, or personally valuable, sentimental value, or
you don't have time to really think about it. You're grabbing onto a rope. You don't have time to think about it.
No, I'm asking him, like, what is it that you want? Personal value or material?
He replies, both. He tells you to hurry up, and he shakes the sphere back and forth, and it loosens, and you drop just a little bit.
Yeah, we have a dilemma here because all the things that are personally valuable are not materially valuable.
So you're not going to give him anything? You can give him nothing. That's up to you.
I have nothing that meets that qualification. I can give you either or.
Okay, so give him the lesser of the two. Material value.
I find in my pouch a golden rib bone that was fashioned into jewelry at one point. It weighs about 3/4 of a pound, I'm guessing.
Okay.
And give him that.
Right. When he grabs it, he pulls the javelin all the way out of the rock and he lets go and you fall. And as you fall, wind starts to pass your ears and you think to yourself that it was a mistake that you gave him the rib bone. But before you can close your eyes and accept your fate, you get caught. And it's one of the other party members. And he's swinging on a rope. And he is carrying you kind of like Tarzan. And you're just getting swung along. And he swings all the way up to the top of the ledge. And he gets up to the top and leaves you right there. And he looks over at the orc and says, the next time you try that, it will be you over the edge. And the orc kind of smirks. And he says, whatever, let's go. It's time to get Buzo. And do you have anything to say to the guy that rescued you?
Thank you. I have no idea why you did. Why did you do that?
Do you know? It's the dude that was looking at his shoe.
You didn't have to save me. Why did you?
You're important.
To whom?
To me.
Why?
You're useful. You're a bargaining chip. You're the one that killed Buzo.
That's fair.
Buzo would probably pay a handsome price for your head. And me being a bounty hunter, I see it as being extremely lucrative to bring you to him and get what's coming towards me, which is a handsome fee.
Hypothetically, you could bring my head regardless, dead or alive, if that's what he wanted.
You're more worth to me as a bargaining chip. Buzo's known to kill those who bring him something that he needs. And I like my head.
Why do you need to bargain with Buzo?
Buzo's the most wealthiest man in this nation. He has everything I want.
What do you want?
I want my own land. I want my own kingdom. I want my own palace. With my own slaves, my own people. Something that I could call my own. And Buzo can give this to me. And you are my ticket. For no one has wronged Buzo more than what you have done.
How much do those things cost? I don't know anything about money.
Oh, then it's hard to describe. Kingdoms and palaces are really expensive. He just says a great deal of wealth. Much more than you could ever accumulated in your life. More than any human can accumulate in their life. Being.
How much gold does that mean?
He can't fathom it. All he knows is it's a lot. His idea is that Buzo has what he needs. You can't really fathom how much. Like if someone told you, I'm going to give you $1 million, and you're like, oh, and then they give you a suitcase and it's $1 million full of $100 bills. You're not that impressed. But if it's $1 million of ones, you're going to be like, holy cow, look at all that money. You know, it's all in the presentation.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just be suspicious of them a bunch.
Okay. So when you go over to the edge of the ridge, you can see a large valley of dense tree line. And that whole valley is all of Bitter Ridge. And you can see a ocean several miles inland, or I guess you're looking from the mountainside out towards the forest. Ocean beyond that. And then you can see several boats out into the ocean side. What else? And then what else here? Okay, so you got Bitter Ridge, you got the ocean line. Okay, so you're gonna notice that Buzo is wandering through the tree line. Right about, let's see if I can highlight it here on the map here. So you're coming over Bitter Ridge right here on this mountainside. You're coming through the forest. You can see Buzo right around here heading towards the ocean front where there's a boat waiting for him.
Okay.
You're right about here, coming through the ridge. He's halfway.
As we are passing through the trees, I begin to attempt to conceal my movements from the rest.
How do you do that in snow? You're fish folk, so I'm curious to know.
Snow, you say?
Yeah, Bitter Ridge is a snowy, frosty ice land.
Well, I have white desert robes, which are presumably keeping me warm at the moment.
I would have to say so, yeah. Yeah, they are.
So I'm blending into the background and also trying to hide behind large trees and in the valleys between snow drifts.
Excellent. You want to roll a stealth check to see how stealthy you did that?
I did. I have a 17 and a 2 dexterity modifier. So I'm doing pretty well at it for somebody who's never seen snow before.
What does it feel like?
It feels great and cold, and I kind of wonder if I can swim through it.
Do you try?
When I feel sufficiently safe from being observed, which perception? I have a 18 perception at the moment.
You notice that the gentleman walked about 30 paces away from you, enough that they lose track.
Okay. I try to swim through the snow.
So we're going to roll an acrobatics check. We're going to see if you can swim through it.
I have a 21.
Wow. You have you should get this as an ability. You should get it as an ability. So right here on the first page where it says martial arts, key points, and raises.
Yeah.
Right there in that slot, put you can swim through snow. Because because that's a pretty cool ability. So what it'll allow you to do is do an additional 30 feet of movement. So you can move 30 feet and swim through snow 30 feet additionally. For a total of 60.
Probing question here. Can I also breathe in the snow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So theoretically, if there's an avalanche, yes.
I was thinking exactly that.
Well, yes is the answer.
Okay. And how deep is the snow here?
It's 4 feet deep from where you currently are.
Cool.
Yeah, you're 5'4", so you should be okay.
Yeah, like no diving, obviously, but
You swam through it. I mean, yeah, you dived in. You have to dive. I mean, come on.
no, you just kind of like duck in, right?
Shallow dive, not deep dive.
Well, like if you're going from a standing to a swim, like I could breaststroke across the snow. Come on.
Inside,
Yeah. Do the frog inside the snow.
Yeah.
Or do like a backstroke?
All they'll see is a depression on the top of the snow. That's all they're gonna see.
Would it be a depression or a kind of a hill like a gopher?
No, it'd be a hill in the beginning, but a depression after.
Yeah, that's kind of.
That's both of us. We're both.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
I was Bugs Bunny in my brain. Like Bugs Bunny always tunnels underground. And he leaves like a lump, but it's like a divot in the back. I'm like, yeah, we're both right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah, you get
now we've got our Looney Tunes moment in.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so what do you choose to do now that you're actually 100% concealed underneath the snow?
Can I hear through the snow?
Sure.
I'm going to swim through the snow towards Buzo.
Okay. Buzo is at a rapid pace of 60 paces a turn. So you will not catch up unless you just spend every turn literally
I'll
never
catch up if he's at 60 pace.
Correct. So you're gonna see him slowly escape and then board the boat. So the best I can say is that you get a mad lead in front of the three gentlemen. And as soon as he boards the boat and starts to bring the loading dock onto the rigging to actually set sail onto the open ocean, you come bursting out of the snow and running up onto the shoreline, much ahead of the other gentlemen. And so much ahead, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna do a stand timer for how much ahead of time you are. So you enter free mode. What would you like to do?
You said that they're pulling up the anchor.
Yeah, and they are now setting sail on the ocean.
Oh, they've already. Okay, so I'm going to run straight into the ocean and begin swimming after.
Excellent. So I do believe that you are aquatic, so you're going to have a natural born swimming ability, right?
And water breathing.
How fast do you move in water? Twice as fast as land, right?
That is a great question, and I'm not sure that I wrote that down.
You should swim twice as fast as land movement. So you should be able to do 60 paces right now.
Okay.
The boat's only 60 paces away. So you waste one turn in running towards the water, jumping into the oncoming waves, swimming as fast as you can, and then would you like to leap aboard or would you like to stealthily climb the ship?
I would like to stealthily climb the ship.
Stealth roll.
Or attempt to stealthily climb the ship.
Yeah. I gave you a choice.
I've got a 17.
That's really good. So name a portion of the boat you want to enter.
a direction I want to enter from, or a part of the ship I want to be in?
A part of the ship, yeah. Because you can enter through any porthole or cannon hole. I mean, it's up to you.
Oh, okay. How big is the ship? Like, what are we talking here?
I can show you a picture of the ship. Give me a second. How neato! I get to show a picture of the ship. Give me a second here, and I shall share that picture. By the way, now that you're on the boat, just saying that you're on the boat, you can look at the shoreline, and the three gentlemen come up on the shoreline, and you are now over 180 paces away. There's no way they can catch up to you. And would you like to wave at them?
Yes.
Like to do anything like that? Well, could you narrate how you respond to them just watching you drift into the ocean with just them by themselves on the shoreline? Or like
I make rude gestures at them, and also nicely waving goodbye. So nice to you. Bye.
Here we are. There it is. Okay, so I just gotta close.
I give a huge sigh of relief. I'm out of stressful situation with rando. Again. And take a moment to mourn my now left behind lonely camel. Having a hangout with the horses.
Here we go.
What a world.
There's the boat.
Oh, wow.
I can actually zoom in a little bit more. So
yeah, if we can up over on the top right corner where it shows the profile of the ship.
This is all my bad.
No, all the way up there where you can see like
the
side of the ship. Yeah.
Give me a second. Kind of like that. And this is Buzo's private boat.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna come up from the back of the boat, up where the wheel is. I don't know what that's called. Near the anchor. Oh, yeah. Okay, by the stern. So onto the stern deck. Stern castle deck.
Let me just zoom in here. It's my mouse isn't all that great. Okay, so you approach from the back end right here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so do you want to like kind of lean right here and hide behind this box? So the way your player gets to move is 30 paces is 3 squares. You see these squares? 1, 2, 3. Each square is 10 feet. This is a large boat, so I'll count how the boat is. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 120, 130, 140 feet. The boat's 140 feet long.
It's quite long.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to hide behind that box.
Okay, so there's a Buzo is not the person that's steering the boat. There's actually a pirate with a black hat with a red feather. He is a wooden robot that is steam powered, so he chugs back and forth, and there's steam coming out, several pipes on his shoulder. He has a robotic parrot on his shoulder, and he has a peg leg. He also, all of his parts are made out of...
Aren't they both peg legs? I mean, he's all wood.
No, one's actually just a rod. The other one's an actual leg with a kneecap and foot.
Oh, okay.
And everything like that.
Interesting choice. All right.
Yeah, it's basically like a wooden skeleton, but with pirate features. And he's a robot. He's faced forward, steering the boat. There's a young man that is taking the stairs to the right-hand side, right here. He's walking down the stairs to go work on this boat. There's also 3 people working in the sails, dropping and raising the sails, getting them ready for the wind to take off. There's this lower deck here, leads downstairs, as well as there's 2 openings right here, and you can see and hear both steam and the sound of like clanking and metalwork coming out from this boxed area. So like smoke is coming out of this box area. You can hear clanking and stuff. You can also smell burnt oil and like charcoal. You can smell that in the air. There's also a gunner at both of these stations right here, and that's everybody on the top deck. But you do not see Buzo.
That's a lot of people to be observed by.
Well, you see all of them first.
Yes. So I'm going to stay in hiding for a while and see if some of them find other places to be.
Okay. So we hit the open ocean. It's just water now all around you. We're going to do time of day. It's dusk, so the sun is just setting over the horizon. You can see several seagulls in the air. Salty water, brine. It's actually quite comforting to you because you're home in the ocean, and it feels so nice to finally be as close as it's been so far through your entire journey to water. Good, sustainable water source. You do notice that the boat has kind of a like a slapping sound right behind you in the back of the boat. Do you wish to investigate it?
Yeah. What's the slapping sound?
It's the mermaid you saw from the circus.
I attempt to get her attention with. Wait, is she underwater or kind of across the surface? I'm hearing a slapping sound, so it's.
She's at the stern right here. She's just slapping the back of the boat at the water surface.
Okay. So I peek down and try to get her attention with waves and what can I drop an apple.
Drop an apple. So so the apple falls a little bit past her. She doesn't grab it. It floats in the water as you travel by. It just floats in the water.
But does she notice?
She does. She sees you. But what she's gonna do is she's gonna signal to you, and she's gonna swirl around 3 times. She's gonna back up, and then she's gonna jump through this window into this room.
Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna tie off a bit of my rope. Wait, how far down from the deck is that window?
So you're up here. So you'd just be lowering down to the second deck. I'd say probably like 40 feet.
Okay. All right, cool. So I tie off a length of rope, a 50-foot length, and climb down.
Okay.
Into that window.
All right. So once you open the window, first off, when you get to the window, it's like shattered open. She broke it when she went through. It wasn't gentle at all. So there's lots of glass on the inside.
The stealth has already been broken. All right.
So when you peer through the window, you can notice that there's a bed immediately there, and it's just covered in glass. There's a lot of water. It's just absolutely soaking wet. You can see that there's like a trail of water leading out through the door, and the doorway is open.
Okay. So I'm going to continue to. Do I keep my saving roll or my stealth roll?
No, there's nobody in this room right here. But this door is closed. This door is open, and you're climbing in through this window.
Okay, so I cautiously approach the door and try to look through and see who I can see without stepping out onto the deck.
So, you're inside the boat now. So
yes.
This is second floor. So you're looking through this open door right here?
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna look through this open door, and are we? Yeah, we're at the bottom part. Okay, so you're gonna notice a spare. Am I in the right area? Yeah. Okay, I'm in the right area. So you're gonna notice spare boats. These are spares. They're being constructed. They're mid-construction, so they're not.
Oh, they're not finished. Oh.
No, they're not finished. There's smoke and like the sounds of clanging and everything coming from even lower down from inside this area. There's two gentlemen working on this, and they're cranking it back and forth, and it's operating the chain set for the anchor. And you can just see this pillar moving back and forth in a rotation, and it's got lots of chains, just chains around it. That's all you can see is just chains, and it's just chains. And it's lowering and rising the anchor. You can also see that there's two portholes here and over here. There's two portholes, and there's two gentlemen that are standing at both portholes with the weapons at ready. Those are the only people in there. You can also see some light coming down from the lower deck here as well.
Okay. Where's the trail of water?
The trail of water leads from here over here behind the boat, and then it creeps all the way across here, not to get this guy's attention, and then down to the lower.
Okay. I attempt to follow without being seen.
Okay, so you can only move 3 boxes at a time, and then you're going to do a stealth check.
I have a 13 on that stealth check.
So you're able to pass this guy, and then you move to the wall, and you kind of want to crouch down and follow the water trail, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you follow the water trail. This is 1, 2, 3. So you're on the far side of the boat. This guy is in current in like search mode with the ballista. So I'm going to roll an investigation for him, and then it's against you. So what you're going to do is roll against me right now. Okay. So 7.
I got an 8.
So congratulations. So what you do is you walk across, and please narrate how you walk past them downstairs.
I nearly trip over my own shoe while trying to be sneaky. Apparently the deck is wet, and it's doing this weird rocking thing. It's totally throwing off my groove, man. Yeah, and I just you know what? By the time I get to the stairs, I'm grabbing for the stairs just to not fall over.
Do you make it down the stairs, or you just stumble down the stairs?
I make it down the stairs. The stairs are okay. There's a wall to hold on to. It's fine.
So you get down to you get down the stairs, and this is a sleeping quarter. All 6 of these beds are filled. Fortunately for you, all of them are fast asleep.
Cool. So as long as I don't roll 1, right?
No, you don't have to stealth check. They're all asleep.
Oh, okay. They're asleep. Cool.
There's 2
I'm just gonna not make any noise. Great.
Yeah. Which 2 doorways would you like? Which doorway would you like to go through?
Which doorway does the water trail go through?
The water trail leads this way.
I'm gonna follow the water trail.
Okay, so the water trail leads up to the top, and then we're gonna move over. You're gonna see a large stock room right here. Buzo is having a conversation with the female person that was from the village, and he's sweating. Just say he's sweating.
Nervously, or like it's hot down there?
Very nervously.
Okay.
Super nervously. You're able to sneak behind this box and kind of view him. I'm going to have you just sit in the background during this encounter. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
So your character is going to sit right here. The hatch opens up, and out comes a jellyfish. and it's a jellyfish person, and he starts to speak with Buzo directly, and he kind of gurgles when he talks. And he says, "What happened to the summer camps?" And Buzo replies, "We got ambushed. What did you think happened? Where were you? You weren't at your post." "Well, giving information as you were." And he says, "Well, no matter if you got the information or not, the whole circus is gone. So our cover is blown. We're taking the boat and we're heading over to the sun. The second here, like totally skipping my brain. The Swallowed Sun Islands, and we're starting operations again with Prince Turin. And once we get that fully operational, we'll return to Darkfeather, and hopefully I'll get the." And he stops, and he thinks, and he says, "That's not important to you right now." And he kind of goes, "What do you mean? I thought I was in the circle of trust." And Buzo says, "You are in the circle, but I feel that this information is crucial, and that to the integrity of our operation, I feel that we need to do it in parts and sections." That's how my brain works. So first we're going to make it to the Swallowed Sun Islands. Then we're going to talk to Prince Turin, get the operation once again working 100%, and then return to Darkfeather. Is that understood? "Yes, boss, of course. Is there anything that you wanted from me?" "Yes, what is the information you acquired?" "Well, Darla is heading towards the Fort Zenith. The last time we checked, she was heading out of the Bat Caves." Excellent, excellent. So now that I know where she's heading, I suspect that she's going to have a conversation with General Helga, and that means that she's already acquired some of the pieces to. And he stops once again. Very well then. Everything's coming to fruition. The woman interrupts and she says, "You mean the prophecy?" And he kind of stutters and he says, "Shh. Yes, it's all coming true, and it's all happening now. We need to take crucial steps in reassuring our future, because if you know as well as I know what's coming, we need to make sure that we have means of survival." And you kind of move something accidentally, and Buzo and the woman look over, and the jellyfish man look over, and it's not you that moved something. You thought you did, but it's not you. It's the mermaid. And she busts out of the coffin here and leaps through the crates. The crates bash to the left and right, and she tackles Buzo onto the ground. And she begins to strangle Buzo. The jellyfish man attacks the mermaid, saying, "Get off of my master, you bitch!" And he takes out all of his tentacles, and he kind of like shocks her with electrical whips. And it's in that moment you notice that the man was lying, that Buzo actually doesn't have an electrical device. It was actually this man that was shocking the mermaid the whole time off of Buzo's behalf. And now we're going to do initiative roll for combat. And you get to roll first.
A 12. Wait, is it 12 plus dexterity?
It's initiative, so it's just who goes first.
Okay, right. Okay, 12.
Yeah. I got a 3 for the jellyfish guy. I got a 20 for Buzo.
What?
And then I have a 10 for the woman. So you are going to go second. Yes. So Buzo is going to run into the next room and up the stairs. The woman is going to assist the jellyfish guy, and that's after your turn. I'm sorry. So it's your turn now that Buzo left the room. What do you want to do before I choose?
Yeah. So I'm gonna cast Last Gasp on the jellyfish.
Cool. AC.
16.
That's a hit. And as I'm right, Last Gasp is an AoE ability, correct?
AoE.
Is it?
I don't know what AoE is.
Area of effect, meaning a large area.
No, it's a specific person.
Oh, we discussed this. It's like the Airbender, where it's just
Yeah.
Super cool. So yeah, awesome. So that's a hit. How much damage do you?
8.
Okay. So you're gonna notice he just collapses to the ground, and because he's a water creature that speaks pure or that breathes pure water, he's gonna take double damage. So 16. And the woman's gonna try to assist, but to no avail because it's just air swirling around his head. So she just kind of panics. She tries to help him, but the air just keeps sucking all of his air out of his lungs. So she's gonna waste her turn trying to save him. He's not gonna make it. You literally did a kill shot on a fish creature using an air attack. So please illustrate how you killed this man.
Yes. So in my immediate rage, I don't even think. I just react, and that reaction is basically the air begins to roil around the jellyfish, and within moments, spins into a cyclone, siphoning off the air from around him, pulling it out from his lungs, even at ever increasing pace until he collapses.
Wow. Done.
Yeah.
Done. So the woman begins to cry over his body, screaming, "Frank! Frank!" And she just sits there crying over his body. It's your turn. That's it. It's yours.
Isn't it Buzo's turn? Is he still gonna hide?
Buzo's already on another portion of the boat, so I can't.
I see. We wouldn't know.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So I stand up fully, and
so you're going to be right on the edge of this crate. The jellyfish guy is going to be dead right here, and she's going to be mourning over his body.
Where's the mermaid?
The mermaid is going to be right where the jellyfish was strangling her.
How is she?
Electrified, so she's partially passed out.
Okay, so I run to her and attempt to help bring her back to full consciousness.
It doesn't take much. You just kind of gently jostle her back and forth, and she comes to. First thing she does ask is she asks for Buzo. Where's Buzo? And she says it with much anger, like she needs to take revenge.
I point to the door.
Okay, and then she actually doesn't go out this door. She goes through the hatch. And she swims underneath the boat, and you just see a splash of water hit around here as she disappears.
Okay, is it still my turn?
Yes.
Cool. To the woman who is apparently mourning Jellyfish Man.
Yeah, she is.
I don't know all the things that happened here. I don't have a problem with you at the moment.
She
But
looks at you and she's all like, why do you keep killing all of my family? Are you some type of bounty hunter? Are you the mole? Are you the one trying to destroy our circus?
The first time was a misunderstanding.
The first time, it was on accident. This time, I'm doing it on purpose.
What? What?
Oh my god.
Frank has been doing to the mermaid is not forgivable.
She just is unconsolable. She just like cries over his body. That's all she does. She just cries over his body. Do you want to kill her? You can
No.
kill her. So like, what are you gonna do with her? You're just gonna leave her there? It's just like, so she's just gonna cry right here. Oh, great. You have a couple of seconds.
You know what? No, actually, I'm gonna.
What are you gonna do right before I tell you what happens?
Yeah. So I'm gonna leave her a gold bar.
I'm
sorry.
You mean a gold rib, right?
No, I melted down most of them.
Just handing out ribs.
Yeah, well, for novelty. Come on, you got to keep a couple of bones around, right?
Yeah. So is that what you pay her in? A golden rib? Here.
That was the orc. Now listen here.
Okay, so all right. So
I'm sorry. It doesn't make up for it, but try to.
It doesn't make up for it.
Yeah, no. Try to have a good life anyway.
The boat has a sudden jostle as you fall to the floor, and an explosion sound happens in the room right here.
Oh.
And you can see smoke, black smoke starting to come from the door, the door crack at the end of the bottom of the door. Yeah, doorways got a little crack. Yeah, smoke comes out from there. Not this one, but this one.
Okay, I collect myself and go to open that door to see what just happened.
The handle's hot.
Oh.
When you go to touch it, when you try to open the door, the handle's real hot. Do you try to still open it?
Yeah, I have a claw hammer.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to.
The door is made out of weak, salty wood, so you can get through it easy.
Cool. I'm gonna hammer the door open and figure out what's going on inside the explosion room.
Okay, so when you smash into the door, air gasps in through the open hole, and you hear a brief moment of silence before the door explodes. And you ducked out of the way. So the door explodes outward.
I'm like, I hear the gasp, and I'm like, duck!
And flame shoots out this way, and you duck to the right hand side, so you miss it. But this whole area gets scorched by fire. Do you wish to enter the room?
I'm gonna peek into the room.
Okay, so inside of the room is a ton of barrels of oil and gunpowder boxes. It's the room where all of the ammunition's held, all the gun balls, everything. In the back of the room, there's a ladder.
There's a ladder, you say? Okay, all right.
You don't see the ladder.
No, I don't see the ladder, but I am walking into the room to recharge my item.
You can see the corner right here. You can see the shadow. You can see the shadow of the ladder.
Cool. So I am walking intentionally into the room so that my my pollution scrubber can absorb some of that pollution.
Well, all the tar from here would be creating toxic black fumes. Yes. The fire is quickly attacking all of these boxes of gunpowder. You have only moments before they ignite.
Cool. I'm running out of the room and jumping into the bilge.
Mm-hmm. Into this hatch?
Yep.
Okay. So you close the door and then you jump into the hatch, and as you
the door is messed up. Like I'm just.
Oh, you're right. The door exploded. You're right. So you ran and you jumped down into this hatch. This portion of the boat blows open, and this area collapses downwards, and this portion of the boat, let me keep moving up here, all sets on fire.
It sounds super.
And you are now swimming underneath the boat.
How fast is the boat moving?
The boat is moving at 60 knots. So it's moving at 60 paces.
Okay.
So you would have to waste a turn just to keep up with this hatch every turn. Or waste a turn and end up here.
Well,
or you could come up to the hatch. It's up to you.
No, that. That's cool. I'm actually going to spend half a turn to intentionally swim to the back while it's going forward, and then try to climb up the back of the boat.
Okay, so when you climb up the boat, you have an opportunity to climb in through this window. This whole portion's all blown away, so this isn't here anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back into the window.
Okay, so you make it onto the bed. This door is now closed, and Buzo's in the room, and he's piling all of this furniture against the doorway, and he looks over at you as you jump through the window onto the bed. It's just you and him.
I think we should talk.
Let's talk. And he takes out the chair from behind the doorway, and he places it down and he sits on it.
Tell me about the prophecy.
The beginning, the middle, or the end?
Start with the end.
There's a man called Lord Zenith. He is the great evil, and the prophecy is that a person is going to resurrect him during our lifetime.
Does it say who?
It hints at who, and we have a strong suspicion at who it might be.
What are the hints, and who do you suspect?
The hints are that it was going to be a woman that sacrifices her mortal form for a demonic soul. And our hints are Darla of Darkfeather. For 3 years ago, during the New Year celebration, she slaughtered the king's royal family in the Darkfeather castle. And the brother was framed and was slaved in the cells for many months. Upon his escape, he reclaimed his honor and his reputation just to find information against his sister.
As he's talking, I pull out the skull.
Okay. He continues to talk. He says that she remained at the castle after he was on his quest to gather information. When he arrived at the castle, the king requested a fight with Darla, and Darla sacrificed her mortal form for a demonic one, thus giving us the first hint at who might bring upon the rebirth of Lord Zenith. And then when he looks at the crystal skull, he says, "It's good to see you again, Agatha."
You know this entity?
Yeah, she's my fortune teller. Why wouldn't I know her? She works for me.
Oh, right. She used to work for you.
How so? Did you write a new contract for her? And he pulls out this magical contract that unravels with this little red ribbon, and it's signed in blood.
No.
Then I don't believe she belongs to you. And he rolls it back up and puts it inside of his coat.
Why were you abusing the mermaid?
She's only an attraction. She makes good money, especially when we're in desert scenes. And right before you killed my entire circus, we were on our way to make a pretty coin at the desert town. And I gotta ask you, why us? After all, there has been questioning and rumors amongst the performers that there was a mole.
It was a mistake.
Are you here?
Well, a misunderstanding, really. I mean, you had our stuff and were riding off in a wagon with it.
I always come up on what's best in my interest.
Okay, all right. That I understand where you're coming from. But you know, we may have overreacted, and you might not have given our stuff back. Things got a little out of hand.
It could have been a simple misunderstanding, but instead, I believe one of your crew members attacked us first.
All right. Well, first of all, they're not my crew. I don't even know those people beyond like 4 weeks ago.
Then you act on your own behalf and you slaughtered us because you chose to.
Like I said, it was a misunderstanding. I wasn't really trying to necessarily kill everyone. I didn't understand how.
He interrupts you. He's like, was it a misunderstanding when you killed the clowns? Or was it a misunderstanding when you killed the women and children? What part was a misunderstanding to? Was it the cotton candy vendor?
Basically, everybody who didn't come out to fight.
He's disappointed. He says that you could have did better.
What do you mean I could have done better?
He says that you're not seizing the opportunity. The boat starts to slow. The fire is now eroding away at this wall side, and you can see it start to literally eat away at the wall. It's starting to crack. You can also hear a lot of crew members abandoning ship. They're just jumping overboard, just ditching ship. Okay. You're currently just out of range of another boat, and this boat is a galleon, much larger than this boat. I can't show you the picture yet, but it's in the distance, and you can see it approaching quickly behind you guys, seeing that you are in distress. But you only see that through the window that you can. You hear a loud pop, and then you look forward, and your vision becomes a little fuzzy, and there's smoke coming from Buzo's hip. He fired off a small pistol, and you reach towards your chest, and all you feel is wetness as you start to bleed. He shot you.
Okay. How much damage am I taking? I guess.
We're not going to say that you took damage. We're going to say that the bullet went clean through.
Okay.
But you are bleeding, and you're angry and confused, but not enough to damage it. It missed everything that's important.
Okay, well that's fair, and I again would like to just apologize for everything. I see that my actions were not the best. But what's your part in this prophecy, and what are we going to do about it?
My part is providing the most important weapon to the person who's going to defeat Lord Zenith. If not, the other way is good as well. Provide the necessary equipment to resurrect Lord Zenith himself. And
okay, so who's gonna take care of this? Who's gonna
and ensure my survival?
Yeah. So what is the weapon?
The weapon? He doesn't know. He doesn't know what the weapon is. He
What does the
knows
prophecy say about the weapon?
That it's hidden, and that only the chosen would find it.
So how are you going to provide the weapon if it's hidden and only chosen can find it?
Because Prince Turin supposedly has said to his people that he's discovered this weapon, and that he is the hero that the world needs to look towards to save, or to be the savior of the world.
Does the prophecy say anything else about the weapon?
So we're going on a hunch.
I see.
No, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what it does. I don't know where to find it. But I know it exists.
Where's Prince Turin?
Prince Turin is the prince of the kingdom that lies in the Swallowed Sun Isles. The islands. The Swallowed Sun Islands. We're setting sail for them now.
The mermaid probably wants to murder you.
Most likely. Who doesn't?
I mean, I don't. That's not helping you right now.
That's a first.
What's a first?
That someone didn't want to kill Buzo. It's impressive.
Oh, I don't know Buzo. I don't care. Turk did not successfully run off with all my shit.
No.
What are the pieces you were talking about?
Which pieces?
You said that General Verga has pieces.
Oh, General Helga.
Helga? Oh, sorry, Helga.
What do you know about that? He asked you how you know about that.
I just blink at him.
And what is that supposed to mean? Have you been there? Don't tell me you've already been to Fort Zenith.
No.
Well, then how the hell did you know that General Helga's there?
I didn't say General Helga was at Fort Zenith. I asked about pieces.
What pieces?
That I asked you first.
Ah, now we're just going in a circle.
To help the mermaid or to find out more about you? Why does the mermaid want to kill you? I mean, obviously, other than physical abuse.
He looks at his watch as the boat begins to rapidly sink.
Yeah. I can breathe water, so if you've got something to say.
No, he just kind of just stares at his watch.
Okay.
And smiles. The lower deck is completely filled with water.
What did you do to the mermaid?
What do you mean? I did nothing.
What did you tell others to do to the mermaid?
I just merely tortured her to make sure that she did exactly what I wanted. But she never gave me what I wanted.
What did you want from her?
I wanted her fucking coins.
Why?
Because it's the portal directly to where I need to go.
Where is it that you need to go, and why do you need to go there?
None of your business. That's my quest, not yours.
If it's your quest, then why don't you have the coins?
I can find my own way there without needing to teleport. They were just a quicker means of getting there. All I needed was the secret password from the mermaid. She never gave it up. The coins were always readily available. I could have murdered her at any time, taken the points for myself. I needed the password.
I have a 18 perception.
Mm-hmm.
I am attempting to determine, based on his tone and body language at the moment, if he would react more positively. If I think that he would react more positively if I showed him a coin.
Do you mean money? He's made
No.
money.
No, one of the aquatic coins.
Oh, I have no idea. Try.
I pull out one of the coins.
He seems interested, but at the same time, he also responds, they mean nothing without the password, as I've already stated.
Okay, that's fair, but I mean, the mermaid and I kind of have a dialogue.
So you're telling me, I think I got this. And you see him think to himself, and he pulls out a scroll. He starts to write on the scroll. And it's not ink. He takes his pen and he stabs his arm. He gets a little bit of blood to write on the scroll. And he gets done with it. And he hands it to you. And he hands the little quill to you as well. It says, sign at the bottom.
What is this? Is it in common tongue?
No. It's an ethereal. And you don't know that yet. So he's going to tell you what it says. He says that it's a contract saying that as long as you get the password from the mermaid and deliver the coins to him, he will forgive you of your crimes and lift the 1 million gold bar bounty on your head.
I believe him so hard. So hard. I am just moon-eyed, taking it all in, swallowing it whole, and just hearts in my eyes. Okay, I'm signing it.
You signed it, and you signed it with your blood.
I did not sign it with my blood. No.
You have to. It signs with blood. You can't sign it any other way. Like, that's how the quill works. You have to dip it in blood to write on the scroll. So you have to. It's the only way to do it. How were you imagining you were going to do it? With ink?
With my saliva.
No, that's not going to work.
It would totally work. It would sign on the paper.
Saliva?
I mean, it'd be invisible. But yeah, it's a signature.
No, it's blood. Signed with blood. How it works. You got STDs. No.
But I don't want Buzo STDs.
No, it's the pen's clean when you change the blood. You're not going to get any disease. So you
no major flaw.
He rolls it up and he puts it in his pocket, and he laughs and he says, "This is exactly how I got." What's her name? Starts with an M. What's the fortune teller's name?
I forgot.
I don't want to look it up. Starts with an M.
I didn't write her name down. I don't know. Bad with names. What do you want from me?
I don't know. So he'll just say, "This is how I got the fortune teller." Same way. I don't feel like looking it up.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's all the way in the back of the book. I'm just like, oh. So the boat's sinking to the point where the water is now gushing through that open.
All right, I'm very suspicious, and I am now intimidating him.
The room starts to fill with water.
Yeah, okay, I'm not worried about the water. I am now intimidating him. What was that paper, and why or what? How did you? What do you mean by you got the fortune teller? I rolled a natural 20.
Okay, so for intimidation.
Yes.
He's immune to intimidation.
Son of a.
We discussed this with Kazuma. So the only thing that you could have did is with persuasion, and that's to persuade him to make the offer less extreme. But you don't know the offer, so you can't do anything like that.
Okay.
You can use that 20 to
persuade him to tell me the truth of the document now that I suspect him?
He tells you that it was 100% truth. That he would redeem the bounty on your head as long as you got.
I think I lost you. Next time. Toxic Oceans of Captain Planet.
There we go. So what he says to you is that that it's 100% truth, but if you fail, that you are an indentured servant to him forever. And then so the room fills in with water. It is now 6 feet above the floorboards, and there's only about a foot of air left in the room. Buzo's still sitting on his chair, and his head's just floating near the air pocket at the top of the room.
I try to go around him and open the door.
It's blockaded by all of this stuff.
Yeah, okay, I can move the stuff though. It's beginning to float. It's made out of wood.
Correct. Okay. So you have pressure of the water from inside of the room, closing the door shut.
Well, there's pressure on the outside as well,
No,
isn't there?
inside of the room. Water's coming in through the window, and then it's pushing towards the door, and the door opens inwards. See? So the pressure from the incoming water filling the room is putting pressure on this side of the wall.
Okay, but on the outside of that room, it's the upper deck.
This is the middle deck.
Oh, the middle deck. Okay, well, see, the water would also be simultaneously coming over the edge of the middle deck if water was pouring into the room, such that there's 4 feet of water.
The water's pouring in this way. This door is still intact because just this portion's blown off. So this door is intact. This door is intact. This wall's.
Oh, okay. You're saying that the upper deck is not yet, not upper deck. The middle deck is not yet submerged at all.
No, this entire lower deck submerged. Water's coming up through this area. Water's coming up through this area, and water's coming in through your window.
Oh, see, that's what I was talking about. If water is coming up over here, then there should be maybe not equal pressure, but not full pressure on the door.
Correct. But the thing that you're lacking to remember is that this is a smaller sized room. So the water displacement here may only be 2 feet, maybe even a 1 foot disbursement, where it's piled up much, much quicker in this small little compartment.
Okay. So, do I need a strength check to open the door?
Yes, just 15.
I'm struggling with the door at the moment.
Okay. All right. So, do you want to take 1 level exhaustion and increase your strength check by rolling it again?
No, I'm gonna go and try and open the other door. It was on fire, but now it's underwater, so it should be okay.
Okay, so this door opens in this way. So when you open the door, it takes no effort whatsoever. So this door opens, and then the water just starts shooting out of the room into the open ocean. And this equalizes.
Okay, cool. So I now try to open the other door again, since it's less water in the room.
Yeah, so these 2 doors now have 2 feet of water, and then this room is starting to fill up with about 1.5 feet. So these 2 doors will take in a strength check of 10 or higher to open.
Which I do just fine. I open the door.
Which one? The one that's burnt?
I'm still in the captain's room, so I open that door.
All right, and then you open it, allowing the water to disperse. It's now 1.5 feet, and Buzo just remains sitting in the chair, and he says, "You're doing great. What's the next plan?"
I ignore Buzo and go to try to find the mermaid.
All right, so you're wandering around the around deck, but you don't really see her around anywhere. But you do hear like flapping on upper deck.
Okay, so I go to the upper deck.
Okay, so when you go up to the upper deck, you get up to this side of the boat right here. Mm-hmm. And when you step over, you can see Buzo jump out of the window here into the water and start swimming towards the galleon. Mm-hmm. That's quite far away. Right here, the mermaid is tussling with 2 guys from the bow areas right here. And
okay, so I don't understand. Wouldn't I have seen her if I'm stepping out from the captain's?
Right here. See this doorway? This is where it leads to.
Yes, I see that.
So when you come out of the stairs, boom, you're gonna see her. But
those are stairs?
Yeah. So the thing about it is
I thought those were stairs that going up.
Up.
And that the doors would be underneath. What?
So these stairs go from this level to this level, but there's openings here and here for these stairs to go up to this level. These stairs go down to this
I don't think that's how the boat works.
Yes, these stairs go to here.
So
These stairs.
those stairs are
Over
just
here.
demonstrating. It's like a cutaway, isn't
Look.
it?
Stairs to stern castle deck. Stern castle deck. See?
Yeah. But I'm not on the stern castle deck. I was in the
Right.
captain's stateroom, and if she's out on the deck, on the main deck, it's the main deck on both sides. See, look, it's main deck on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
I would have seen her if she's right there, I would see her when I came out. I wouldn't have to go up to the stern castle deck in order to see her.
Correct. So you're saying
so
so when you come out, you just see her straight off of the bat.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
But-
okay, so
I'm just gonna state that you're off to the corner to see Buzo jump out.
okay, cool. I see that he has escaped.
Mm-hmm.
So I approach the mermaid. What is she doing?
She's tussling with these two guys.
Oh, okay. Do you need assistance?
She's got like a starfish in both hands that are like special starfish that are weapons, and she's just handling them herself. She's got it.
Uzo just jumped off the ship. Would you like to catch him with me?
She stops immediately and she jumps off of the boat. But the two gentlemen, they have like these chains in their hands, and you can see both of the rolls of the chains start to lead after the mermaid as she dives into the water, and they just start to unspiral and then quickly taut. And both of the people are starting to struggle as they try to pull her back onto the boat.
Oh, okay, cool.
They're like fish hooks on chains.
Are there any large aquatic creatures nearby, hypothetically?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Can I see any of them from where I'm at? Like shapes in the water?
You would have to be in the water to see it.
Okay. Well, it's been a long 48 hours. I jump into the water.
Okay.
And call out to the creatures of the sea, and tell them that I say if anyone can hear me, this boat has hooked a mermaid and is hurting her.
Okay.
Come help me destroy it.
Okay. So the galleon picks up Buzo, and they start catching up. And when they reach the side of the boat, the galleon's going to throw several hooks overboard from crew members onto the far side of the boat right here. And several hooks will try to attach on. A couple of them pop off, but one stays. You see one lone person somersault across the rope and then jump onto the boat before the cable breaks free and the galleon starts to slowly drift away from this boat. The galleon lowers its anchor, and you see several roped harpoons shoot from a lower deck into the boat, keeping it from sinking further. It's just kind of barely keeping this boat afloat. That man quickly just aces the two gentlemen and slices their throat for both of them. He has massive wings. and what he does is he shadow teleports behind the second gentleman and stabs him with a large halberd, which is like a spear with a blade and an axe at the end. And
halberd, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he drops them down, and then he collapses it into electric nunchucks, and the electric nunchucks, he just defeats the second guy with it. He looks up at the galleon and he signals over, and the people on the galleon kind of signal back at him, and you see him go under deck. You're in the water and you called out for help. Several of like different variations of sea creatures come to assist the mermaid and pull the hooks out of her and everything else. But the mermaid gains speed enough to make it up onto the galleon. When she reaches the galleon's surface deck, many of the pirates that are aboard know what mermaids are, and they know that she's extremely valuable. So they threw a net over her and they captured her and took her below deck. The galleon is much, much faster than this boat is. It's at 80 knots to 100 at full speed. They're only staying by to wait for the one man that's on this boat.
Got 30 minutes. All right.
We could call it a night. We could call it a night.
No. I have 30 minutes in game time.
Oh, okay.
That I can still talk to the creatures of the sea. Them's the breaks. Okay. Oh gosh. I look on it in horror as it goes from bad to worse. The mermaid's just been caught on that ship, and gesture the bigger ship. Please help.
Several whales come and they bash the side of the boat, but unsuccessful to do major damage to the galleon. In fact, the pirates start to hunt the whales.
Thank you. Leave before they hurt you.
They leave. Several sharks show up though, and the sharks are a little bit more agile and fast. And two sharks take out like 2 or 3 pirates in a tussle.
Can we get a giant octopus? Come on.
To assist them.
Okay,
Not nearby.
DM, where's the Kraken? Isn't there a serpent? Okay, I'm gonna go back into the sunken ship.
Okay.
To see if I can find that guy who jumped in and figure out what the hey.
So when you're swimming, you can breathe water. So do you want to go below deck or upper deck?
I'm going to go from below decks up.
Okay. So when you go from below deck, you can see that he's fashioned like a scuba gear set out of like a helmet and a long tube that's airing, and he's going into this room right here.
Okay. I swim over to him and gesture stop.
Okay.
He's in scuba gear, so dude probably can't even talk underwater.
No. So he's inside this area. So are you coming from this area, coming up through this?
Yeah, I'm coming from like underneath the ship.
Because this is all water. So you came in through the bottom and then through this door. Okay. So he's right here, and he's trying to mess with this wall. And so he's turned away from you. So do you need to tap him on the shoulder or what?
Yeah. Tap him on the shoulder.
Okay,
Stop.
so
What are you doing?
he turns around and his big wings flap underwater, and you see all
Oh.
of these black feathers move back and forth in the water. And he's part bird, but like also part demon at the same time. And he is carrying like a case of tools.
What are you doing?
That you can't really explain what he's doing.
He can point. Birdman can point.
He points at the wall that he was currently working on. That's all he can give you. He can't really communicate too much. So you're gonna let him continue doing his work, or
I'm
or
gonna
what?
try and lend a hand.
There's nothing you can do. You don't know what he's doing.
I have a claw hammer, and
Okay.
he's messing with the wall.
All right.
So I'm gonna try and pry some planks.
All right. Okay. So you start to pry some planks, and you pry off some planks, and he gestures to you to not use force.
Prying planks isn't force, is it?
To him, it is.
Oh. Okay.
So to you, it's not. So you continue pulling the planks, and ignore him. So
he's waving, don't do it, and I'm like,
yeah, but your initial reaction was to ignore it. So let's go with that. Let's go with your initial reaction.
Oh.
So you pull several planks off, and reveal a hidden room behind it with a chest. And this room is filled with air, so water quickly shoots into it and covers the chest. But the chest does not float.
It's got stuff in it. It's got stuff. Okay. So I take a second and look at him and watch what he's doing.
Okay.
See his reaction.
He continues working at the wall and then actually gets the entire doorway to come loose. And a whole door opens. And he walks into the room. He's got lead feet, so he walks into the room over to the chest. And you see lots of bubbles come from his breathing apparatus as he turns around, and you're stepping on his oxygen tube, preventing him from getting air flow.
Oh, I take my foot off of his tube.
A whole bunch of air shoots up through the air and breathes in. You see his eyes open, and he kind of gets air back, and he starts to work with tiny little tools on the lock on the chest.
Oh, he's doing a lock pick. Okay. I will wait and watch and be curious.
The boat jostles, and then you suddenly soar to the roof of the boat, to the roof of this room, and you can feel gravity go opposite, so you're sinking rapidly. But he's unaffected because he's wearing pure lead. So to him, nothing is happening. All he sees is that you fly to the roof of the cabin, and he continues to work.
That's cool. I'm just gonna turn myself upside down and watch.
Okay. So the boat keeps sinking and sinking and sinking, and you see it start to get dark, really, really dark.
Dark
The pressure starts to set in. How deep can you swim?
There's not really
You said the Mariana Trench, but you didn't say that you needed equipment or not to swim freely there.
No, the Trytens are adapted to deep water conditions and are perfectly capable at pressure.
Excellent. Okay. So you see the wood around you start to compress and crack and crumble as the boat starts to implode from the massive pressure from the water.
Oh, now we're thousands of feet deep.
Oh yes.
Oh, you weren't kidding about rapidly.
Oh yes. Yes.
Okay.
So this boat hits the floor of the ocean, right on a continental shelf, and his oxygen tube becomes taut, very very tight, and he's still working away, trying to get this lock off. And you notice that there's several tears in his oxygen tube being created from the excessive stress and strain from the pressure.
I put my hands over any part of the oxygen tube that I can reach.
Okay. So the air bubbles basically just seep in between your fingertips. It's not really good enough to seal it.
Yeah.
Good attempt though.
I don't have anything that's already pre-oiled, and my silk rope is all wet already. I wave to get his attention in front of his face, and try to motion for a knife.
A knife.
Yeah.
He just kind of ignores you, but points to his toolbox.
Okay, so I look in his toolbox for a knife.
You find actually like a bunch of stuff in there. You find like a bandage kit. You find a knife. You find like a bunch of stuff, like a ton of stuff. You find a bunch of like thieves kit, tools, lock picking equipment.
Okay, so my plan is to take one of my many water skins, cut it into strips, and tie it around the areas where air is escaping.
Okay, all right.
So if I find twine or string,
that's in there.
That's okay, in there. And a knife to cut with, or scissors if he has any.
That's in there.
Okay, and I start making haphazard-ish but somewhat airtight adjustments / repairs to his air supply.
Okay. So the bubbles slowly start to dissipate. He cracks the lock, and he starts to open the chest, and a purple light shoots out from inside of the chest, illuminating the room. The boat starts to tip and slide off of the continental shelf. He's holding the item inside of the chest when his body gets pulled through this doorway all the way across and then smacks against these hammocks from the air tube being pulled from the boat.
How many squares is that?
That's okay. So he got pulled. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 80 feet. He got pulled.
Okay, all right. Feet. So I swim my 60 feet in that moment.
Okay. So when you get to him,
he's got the chest is empty. He's got the item.
Yeah. You see that he's unzipping his coat, or like his scuba suit part right here.
Like the weighted part?
No, like his because he's got a top helmet that clicks onto a chest piece. So he's opening up the chest piece and shoving this purple item, glowing item into his chest piece. And when
I'm shaking my hand. No, what is that?
When he zips it closed, you can see all the purple light shoot through the zipper, and the only thing that's holding the boat from sinking further into the ocean is his air supply connection.
Okay, so I grab his air supply.
Okay.
And no, what is that?
Is what?
That
Like,
I point at his chest where the purple light is coming out.
oh, and he goes like this. He goes like this. He says no.
Curse my change of heart. I do my best to help him out of the sinking ship.
Okay. So you get him free, and the boat sinks to the bottom of the ocean, all the way to the bottom. You just
Cool.
see it crush and crush and crush. But he's free, and he's sitting there, and he tugs twice on his safety cord, and the safety cord pulls him up. And when he gets pulled up, do you wish to grab onto him?
I grab his leg because he's going to move faster than I am.
Yes, he is. So you guys shoot up all the way to the galleon, and when you get to the galleon, he takes off his helmet and he unzips it, and he takes off his whole scuba suit, and he starts to spit out a little bit of water, and he hands over this purple orb to Buzo. And Buzo takes this purple orb and walks over to the captain of the boat and installs it in his chest cavity, which then conceals it in a secret compartment. And then the pirate captain puts this dark black leather cloak over himself to conceal it. And Buzo walks over to you. You're kind of soaking wet. And he says, so did you get the password?
You captured the mermaid. There wasn't time to talk.
Ah, I see. So complications. So how long is it going to take you to fulfill your deed?
I don't know. I don't imagine she's going to be very trusting at the moment.
Time's a ticking. And he just kind of like walks away very slowly. And you see the mermaid is now tied to the main mast of the boat. And they're just taking buckets of salt and seawater, and they're splashing her in the face with the water, keeping her fresh and wet.
To the person that I was just in the water with, isn't there something better you can do for her?
I'm working on it. After all, I'm the hero. And he says, he also looks at you and he says, if you want to make it on this ship, you got to find a job and find it quick. So, and he gets up and he goes over to the woman that's the mermaid, and he gives her a sea cucumber that he had plucked that was growing off of, I don't know, the side of the boat. And he just walks off, and he continues to do a job around the boat. And she eats it. She eats a cucumber, and she starts to regain consciousness and regain health and replenish. You can kind of see a blush in her cheeks of gratefulness that he did something kind for her. And you also notice that there's this fondness between the two, as if they already know each other well. All of the other sailors are going to ignore you and him, and they're just going to ship hand. They're going to scrub deck. They're going to set up sails, set up rope. Many of them are cleaning off barnacles. You have to pick a job on the boat right now if you want to survive. So if you want to be on the boat, you got to choose a job. What job do you choose to have?
The mess.
The mess hall? Okay. So the mess hall is located on the 3rd floor down in the galleon. So three floors down, there's a gigantic cafeteria area There's several cooks hard at work. You show up. Two women look at you and they kind of smile and they say, "Are you the new recruit?"
You could say that.
Excellent. Glad to have you aboard. We're the only thing that feeds these gentlemen. First thing you're going to be doing is peeling mangoes in the back. So you enter this back area. There's a small wood barrel with a gigantic mountain of uncut mangoes and a large glass jar filled with alcohol to the left-hand side. And she says, first thing you're going to do is peel the mango, relieve it of its seed, and put the meat in the alcohol for the remainder of the journey to the Swallowed Sun Islands so that we don't get scurvy. And she goes around the corner and she continues to do some other shit. How many hours do you spend peeling mangoes?
Four hours before I get tired of it.
Okay, so during these 4 hours, you notice that tattoos slowly start to appear all over your body. Everywhere.
Tattoos?
Every nook and cranny. Yes, tattoos. And they start.
Are they cool tattoos?
Sure, they're awesome tattoos. So they start light at first, and then they start to slowly get darker and darker and darker. Really apparent. After the 4 hours, you enter free mode and you're allowed to wander freely around the galleon. Where would you like to leave to? Where would you like to explore to?
The captain looked like he was an automaton as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I am going to take some freshly sliced mango with some salt and pepper, not black pepper, but like cayenne.
Mm-hmm.
And seek out Birdman and the Mermaid.
Okay, so you leave the mess hall, and lots of people eating in the cafeteria. Tons of people, maybe like 50. And you kind of wander around, seeing people's faces, and lots of people are happy and they're pretty content. Many of them have like darkness around their eyes from not getting good sleep. But you are for certain noticing that every single member there has identical tattoos to you. Everybody has identical tattoos. And when you walk up to the second floor of the ship, it's a battle floor. It's full of cannons and gunpowder and just cannonballs, just everything you could think of war. And lots of spears, hooks, pistols, anything you can think of. And he's there shining a small pistol, whistling a sea tune. And you see him get up and walk down to the end of the room and kind of move this shelf and gives way to a hidden door. And when he goes through the hidden door, the shelf replaces itself.
Who went through it?
The gentleman you were seeking.
Okay. All right. I go to follow him and try to open the shelf.
Okay, so you try to slide it open the same way he did?
Yes. At least at first.
Okay, so you try it at first, you didn't quite get it, you were trying to figure out, you're like, I think I saw him. Yeah. So you slide it over to the right-hand side, opens up a secret doorway in the ship. And when you enter it, it is a ladder going down to the 4th floor of the ship. And when you climb down the ladder all the way down to the 4th floor, you see that it's a private suite that has been transformed from an old storage area into a hotel room or like a private apartment. Very, very expensive items, very expensive furniture, very nice silverware and everything else, and then you can see a small tub filled with water, and there's a chair sitting in the tub, and the mermaid is sitting on the chair waiting to be dined at a very nice table that has been set with a draping curtain and a candle and a beautiful rose. And he comes over with 2 trays of not hot food, but food that has been cooked recently, and puts it out, and they hold each other's hands as they begin to have dinner.
Sorry for intruding. Didn't realize it was quite that private of an event. I brought you mangoes with chili powder.
They offer you to sit with them.
Cool. I sit and share mangoes.
Awesome. So while you're sharing mangoes, they ask you about your past and who you are, and kind of give it an elaboration on you. And the mermaid interrupts, saying, "Don't trust her fully. She's killed all of my friends."
Not exactly intentionally, but yeah. That my actions will haunt me for the rest of my life.
She says, "I hope it does. I hope it does."
Yes.
And he says, "That's enough sadness for now. Tell me, where are you from? Who are you? How did you end up helping her?" Please start from the beginning.
I come from a planet called Earth. I'm still not sure if I'm on it. My year is 4025. I don't know what year it is here.
I could tell you the year.
Relative to my frame of reference?
No, he actually knows the year.
What year is it?
It's 0230. Or it's 3 years afterwards. So give me a second.
Does that relate to Earth time?
That is related to your time, yes.
Okay. How do you know what?
0283. Sorry.
Yeah. The Earth from when I come from, if this is the Earth, it's unlivable. The world is dying. Humanity has killed almost everything. There are very few places left that are habitable in the ocean. Our people are dying now. Even the deepest trenches, even with all of our pollution scrubbing, it there's nothing that can be done at my point in time to change what's happened to the world. So the elders got together, many races, well, the races that were left, and they created a ritual to send a group of people back in time. Spoiled brats, mostly. I jumped in before they could complete it with the people that they picked, and I wound up here. Here is, I really think, not where I was supposed to be, but here I am, and I'm trying to save the world.
So he goes on to say, "That's an impressive backstory. Quite impressive. I myself am a hero as well. I come from a faraway land. My father was one of the original people of this land. He sought out to discover the true source of Darla's power. Unfortunately for him, he found his demise in the Keth ruins. When I went back for his body, I discovered an ancient mummy resting inside of its crypt. Unfortunate for me, specifically me, I was not able to defeat it. When I left its tomb, it followed me. And along my journeys, I have discovered many foes, including General Helga at Fort Zenith, where I ended up encountering my first T-1000. Have you seen this creature before?
T-1000? No. What is it?
It is a pure metallic monster of pure hatred and evil. It is 100% remalleable steel. It's immune to physical damage. It's extremely hard to kill. When I encountered this creature, it was at the height of a massive battle at Fort Zenith. Several other of our crew members, including the infamous Lucky Bootstrap, was a part of our crew trying to gather the Yukon flower from General Helga. See, the Yukon flower is a crucial part in a ritual that the captain is trying to perform. When I originally joined his ship as a shipmate, it was fun days, and we were quite a way through the journey, you see, as we've been on the ocean for well over 150 days. The whole point to our journey to the Sun Isles, our journey to the Sun Isles, is to collect the ingredients necessary to resurrect Fort Zenith. That is our prime objective. And as far as our captain is concerned, he's collected 2 of the 3 pieces required to start the ritual. And then from there, he's kept everything extremely hush. And then as far as Buzo's concerned, it seems that Buzo's fingers are dipped in every single pie. So unfortunate yet again for me, I have to sit in the sidelines and wait for the perfect moment to intervene. And as I have suspected from many other of my companions who have lost their lives along the way, that both Buzo and the captain are not seeking the best interests for the people of Darkfeather or the people of Whitefell, for that matter. I, being the hero that this land needs, will wait until the perfect time to interrupt their plan and strike firmly. I don't believe that I need to take their lives, but if the time comes, I will not hesitate.
Why would you want to collect the ingredients all in one place?
The mermaid interrupts you and she says, it's very simple. The tattoos that are on your body, those tattoos are what binds you to this boat. If you do not obey the captain's orders, you will die. You will die slowly, very painful, slow death. And it will be through these tattoos that you will die. You see, as soon as you stepped aboard, you signed an invisible contract with the captain. Unlike Buzo's contracts where you actually have to physically sign, this is very simple. All you do is step aboard. You see, and she kind of lifts her blouse and she reveals she also has all of the identical tattoos as you do. She says, it's everyone that steps aboard, including myself. I am also underneath his control. And as long as he wishes for us to gather the ingredients, we must, or we die. And she kind of points over at a pile in the corner. She says, those are our companions who went against the captain's orders. And you can see that their whole body has been covered in a black ink. And they're not quite dead, but they're like in a suspended form of animation. They're just inanimate. Much more than the petrification and much more than unconsciousness could ever achieve. It's very magical in nature.
Does leaving the ship not free you?
No. Only fulfilling your contract through the captain will you gain freedom. And then that's when the gentleman interrupts. He's like, and that's where collecting the ingredients comes in. The captain says that as soon as we collect all of the ingredients necessary for the ritual, he does not need us. He will free the entire crew and the galleon of our curse and allow us to once again freely roam the land. So, as I've already previously stated, it's in our best interest to wait and examine the best opportunity to strike. You notice a spectral figure standing next to him. You can see it. You can interact with it. He just tells you that it's what he calls a stand, and that it's his protection, and not to worry about it or anything like that. You also notice several other things that are crucially important. That he's not wearing hero's equipment. Seems that he's been on bare minimum for quite a while. This you notice. You also notice he doesn't have any weapons. Just had that tool case last time you saw him. And this time you see him, no weapons. He's just wearing his clothes. Do you care to inquire on this, or do you just simply pass this information on?
Yeah, you're a hero, but what has happened that you don't seem to have weapons or belongings?
I used to be the most powerfulest creature in this land, and I had a very sacred place. But unbeknownst to me, when I was doing my main quest line, I was betrayed and backstabbed.
By whom?
And when I went to my realm of safety, I was followed by pure darkness, Zenith himself. Though not in his physical form, he did take control. And unfortunately for me, I blacked out. When I awoke, I was aboard the boat, sleeping in a hammock next to several other inmates, or several other crewmates. They were dead, much like those gentlemen right over there, covered in black. I did not know where I was. I often, for the first few hours, didn't even know who I was. Yet, I slowly gained knowledge and gained respect among the crew members that were living and operational aboard the boat. Several days went by, and we collected fish and continued to sail across the open sea when we came across your boat, burning, setting off a cloud of black smoke. When I felt a strange urge to hunt something on board. And that urge was reaffirmed when the captain shouted out onto the crew, the first one to collect the ingredient, the first one off the boat. So naturally, everyone started to throw their hooks aboard the top of the boat, trying to grab hold. Unfortunately, many did not grab, but mine did. And I pulled as hard as I could. And I somersaulted across and jumped across the board. And as soon as I reached the boat, I felt the pull on the second floor. So I went below. And it led me into that room where I began to scratch at a wall, knowing that there was something behind it. And there you were, It's just very interesting that you ended up being in the exact same place the ingredient for Zenith's ritual happens to be. So let me ask you this. Do you feel it's your destiny as well to be on this boat?
I don't know about the boat. But there are some things in common, I think, with what I was trying to do and the kind of thing that is happening here.
Okay. What is it? Let me ask you, you're kind of super intrigued. So is the mermaid. The mermaid's quite intrigued as well.
I'm sorry, I was just hearing a bunch of scratching sounds. What did you say?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Both the man and the mermaid are quite intrigued.
Well, from what I overheard from Buzo, there's a prophecy.
A prophecy? Please elaborate. They have not heard of it.
I only got a little bit before Buzo got away, and he wouldn't elaborate on some of the details.
Well, they don't know anything about it, so any information you give is more than what they already have.
Well, okay, to be fair, Mermaid heard everything about Prince Tryten of the Swallowed Sun Isles, Darla going to Fort Zenith, General Helga having pieces, the prophecy coming true.
An assumption. That's an assumption.
Oh, okay.
Because you were close enough to hear the information does not mean that she was when she was concealed within a coffin.
Oh, yeah, okay. So when we were below decks on the other ship, Buzo was talking to the fortune teller and that Frank jellyfish person.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about Prince Tryten on the Swallowed Sun Isles and getting he wouldn't say. He said Darla is at Fort Zenith out of the Bat Cave.
When we were at Fort Zenith, Darla had already arrived many days before we arrived, and she set off towards the actual Zenith Keep itself. So she's no longer at General Helga or the Fort Zenith. I need to inform you, and he leans in towards you. He's all like, the T-1000s infected General Helga, and they also infected the Mummy Lord that I awoke. They are actively hunting me as we speak, and I don't know if I'm capable of defeating them. And there's a good chance that they completely decimated Fort Zenith after we left in wake of trying to find me.
I don't know anything about them. I can only say what I have heard. General Helga has pieces I don't know what of. Buzo said there was a prophecy that's coming true, and something about a means of survival.
Okay.
He said that Lord Zenith will be resurrected by a woman who sacrifices her mortal soul for a demonic form.
That's definitely Darla.
He said as much, that he suspected because she had slaughtered the royal family?
Oh, she slaughtered the royal family during the New Year celebration.
Hmm.
That-
Said something about he is trying to provide the weapon to the hero.
I don't know anything about that. My father did, though. My father once told me a story about a man he knew when he was younger that discovered an abandoned tower, and in this tower lied a great weapon. But that's all I know.
He said the weapon is hidden and only the chosen can find it.
That would explain a lot.
He said that if he can't find the weapon, then he will bring the pieces. I think he said bring the pieces. He said that he would help to bring Zenith into being resurrected.
Okay, so that is what's going on. We both believe that Buzo is collecting the ingredients for the ritual. The ritual is to bring back Zenith's physical form.
And also he wanted, I looked to the mermaid, he wanted your coins, but also a magical phrase to use them. I pull out the coins and give them or show them.
She says that the coins allow you to teleport back to my home world, or not my home world, but her home city, or her home land,
Where is your home city?
Which is at the Swallowed Sun Islands, and it's an underwater city like Atlantis.
He said that it was a portal to where he needs to go.
She suspects that one of the ingredients is from the god that they worship.
I see.
And the god that they worship is located in a cave in the center of town, or in the center of the city.
So, has Buzo gotten either of you into a contract?
No. Neither one of them have a contract with Buzo. Oh, no, the mermaid does, because she's a circus performer. But the gentleman does not.
I was charmed by Buzo. Or swindled? Swindled. He says if I get him the magical phrase for this portal, that he will remove a million coin bounty on my head.
The guy replies, he's like, that million gold bar bounty is no joke. He pulls out of his lapel like kind of like a tethered piece of parchment, and he unrolls it, and you can tell that it's really beaten up and it's covered in stained blood, and it's your face with the reward on it. And he's all like, it's real.
So I understand if you won't give me the passphrase.
She's like, I will never release the passphrase to Buzo.
I didn't think so.
Literally the key to the end of the world? I don't think so.
I agree.
But that's off of a hunch. She says it might just be a misunderstanding. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this entire time Buzo was torturing me for my own good. She's got Stockholm syndrome.
That kind of torture is never for someone's good.
No, but she's a mermaid. She doesn't know any better.
No, I told her so. Even mermaids need to breathe. have no idea how I got caught up in all of this. I was just minding my own business, trying to save the world.
The guy looks at you. He's like, "You are saving the world. Don't you feel like you're a part of something big?"
I'm not trying to save the world this time. I was trying to save... Never mind.
He says, "Oh, because you're from the..." He goes like this with air quotes, "from the future."
Far in the future! Far in the future! The world...
Like, they don't believe you, you know?
I
like,
forgot to miss a bunch of action turns during the ship sinking, courtesy of seeing shit that was extinct.
and thinking. Oh, and
Yes.
probably the whales, too. The sharks.
Yes.
And the
I was
starfish.
apparently too busy to notice what was happening and was paying attention to everything else.
So you're just gonna let it all absorb you all right now. All at once.
Yes.
You'll be like, all of those things were supposed to be dead.
What do you even call those things? Everything that came to help, I have never seen before.
Bro. Okay.
They have names? Do each one of them have names? Do they talk? Do they talk back?
The guy asks you a very personal question. He says, along your adventures, through your time, or through your journeys through time, have you noticed a green gas escaping through cracks in the ground?
I haven't spent much time on land before now. So I couldn't say.
So he mentioned...
But in the ocean, yes.
He mentions to you that because you did mention pollution, all this stuff. He mentions to you that there is a green gas that seeps through cracks in the ground all over Whitefell. Nobody knows really where it originates from. But any creature who breathes in this gas instantly mutates into a horrible or like mutated creature of god-awful proportion. I mean, even if a snail breathes it in, it turns into this evil snail freaking monster that's just flail snails, you know. But the thing about it is that he mentions to you the reason he's bringing it up to you is because he believes that it's pollution in nature, in its nature, in its form, in its core, that it is pollution. That it's not just like a curse or a poison of some sort. It literally is the embodiment of what pollution is. And that says anytime that you have an opportunity, please find the source of the green gas and eliminate it once and for all. Because he feels that in your future, the reason why most of the creatures die off could be because of this green gas becoming more abundant and eventually wiping off all of the known creatures in our timeline, giving birth to the creatures you know in your timeline. So keep an eye out for green gas.
I will seek it out whenever I find it.
He just wants you to find the source and then stop it. That's what he wants. The mermaid mentions she's seen a couple of these cracks erupting in the bottom of the ocean around her civilization. And that the people who breathe it in, they get a green color over their eye. And like this green slight like goes over their eye, and they lose tiredness. They're like really energized. They never need to sleep. and they lose control of their humanity and they kill without consent.
Now, I saw an orc and a couple of his cohorts intentionally drink small vials of a green potion.
Interesting.
And their eyes glazed over with bright green.
A green potion, you say?
Yeah, a potion.
Did they happen to have red bands on their shoulders? History check.
Is it intelligence or wisdom?
Just history. Let me look real quick. Intelligence.
14.
Okay, so you do remember red bands on their shoulders.
Yes.
They're a part of the Bounty Hunters Guild. And I, including the mermaid, and the mermaid looks over and she's all like, I know. She's all like, they're master potion crafters. And we believe that they purposely created a vein underneath the guild hall so that they can siphon the green gas controllably and condense it into a physical liquid and either throw it at their enemies, infecting God knows how many, or ingesting it themselves. We've never seen someone do it before. What happens to them?
They lost their tiredness, but they were still them.
So they retained 100% consciousness and just gained all of the extra benefits of no sleep, no tired.
Yes. We rode through the night.
And where did you see these men last?
By the coast before I got on the ship.
Before you got on that ship. How many hours do you think has passed since then?
Seven, maybe 8 hours.
You see him stand up and tip over his chair as he looks over in a panic rush. And he says, they could have caught up to us. And then you see these two daggers, the blade side only, come through the wall and start to slowly climb up the wall side. From your point, you just see the blades come in through and start to climb up the wall. And you hear several footsteps on one side of the wall, and then you hear like sticky suction sounds on the right-hand side. What do you say?
Who are they trying to bounty hunt?
Your guess is as good as mine. They're bounty hunters. If I know Boozle as well as I do, he could have hired them himself.
They were coming to see him, I think, before the incident.
So you believe what incident? Where you murdered the circus people?
Yeah.
So they already had business with Boozle beforehand.
Yes. They said that he was coming to their town.
You see the mermaid like quickly make it over and then lock the door and then fasten it shut. He says, we might have to stay here for the night. I'll go out in the morning, test the waters with the crewmates, and I'll see who's aboard the boat. If the coast is clear, I'll come down and I'll signal you so that that you can go ahead and walk amongst the crewmates once again. But as far as right now, I believe they are on the ship as we speak. And you see the mermaid kind of like look at him. She's like, "It's the only way, it's the safest way is that we just stay here. It's not. We have food, we have everything. We can just keep having our conversation tonight, and then in the morning, you can go check it out." And you hear loud bangs and like tussling on the floor just above you, and then a large thump. Several moments go by. You guys kind of just wait quietly, and you look up, and
I don't wait quietly. No, we have these coins. You know the words. I don't have to listen. He doesn't have to listen. And if the contract is that we have to find the ingredients, and we think that there could be an ingredient in your home, why don't we go?
she says, "We can, but he can't."
Is there a reason they would try to kill you, Birdman? What is
No.
your name anyway?
It's not the people. It's the pressure. It's the water. I can't breathe water, and they only scuba suits up.
No,
up on the top floor.
I get that, but why would the bounty hunters be trying to kill you?
They wouldn't. That's why I'm allowed to walk amongst them freely.
So she and I could go. The boat's already going to the Swallowed Sun Isles. So
You mean I meet you there?
yes.
Interesting. I like this plan. That way I can stay remaining undercover. I can gather information, wait for the perfect time to strike, and then
We have time without the pressure of them being physically present.
I also believe that if you were to acquire information about the whereabouts of the ingredient, hide it, move it, don't destroy it. Obviously, I don't know if you can or not, but don't even attempt. Just hide it in a different place. As long as Buzo doesn't get his hands on it, it'd be okay. I would highly suggest replacing it with something else so that he thinks that he got something but was fooled in believing that it was really the right thing. Unless he knows exactly what he's looking for. If he knows what he's looking for, we're screwed. Because
we could replace it with something similar if it's. You said you've collected other ingredients?
Yes.
What were they?
One of them was a black cauldron piece that we took to an ancient witch. They ground it up and turned it into a liquid, which then I was forced to digest, which gave birth to the very tattoos you wear right now. That was one. Number two is the boat we were on. The wood that makes up this boat is made from the elder tree, the only tree in all of Whitefell that carried the last drops of blood that Zenith spilt during the Great War. So, his essence, his very blood, is inside of this wood, allowing us to remain trapped here. Thus, further elaborating why our curse is so important.
So they have no intention of letting us go.
I have no idea. I'm hoping so.
I think not. If the boat itself is made from the elder tree, and they say that they're going to allow the boat and the crew to leave when they have all the ingredients.
Correct. I had always assumed that they had a means of extracting Zenith's blood from the wood, but that was only an assumption.
Wouldn't they have done it already?
Correct. I don't know. Very good point, though. He scratches his face. He's like, very good point. I don't keep an eye on the captain 24/7. Ever since Bootstrap died, he's been malfunctioning. You see, Bootstrap was the person who maintained the captain, the person who repaired the captain. Since his untimely death at Fort Zenith, it's been difficult to repair him, to say the least. But
What
if
is he?
the captain dies, we die. He's a robot. He's a mechanicant. He's a wooden steam robot. Oftentimes you can find them sailing these boats around here. They're very reliable for getting across oceans without needing a physical person at the helm 24/7. They require no food. They require no sleep. They just sail 24/7. Perfect for the average pirate or sailor. Unfortunately for us, we have the very first make, the very first manufactured machine. He is unique. He calls himself Hector.
What was the thing, the purple thing that glowed? What was that?
That was the third ingredient. And I have no idea what it is.
What did it look like? I barely got a look.
It was hot. It was an orb. And it had many serrated edges on it. He's basically describing like a D20.
Oh, okay. Do we know what we're looking for?
We do not. All we know is that our next point is
But you had that urge when you jumped on the ship.
Yes, but all we know right now is that we're setting sail for the Swallowed Sun Islands, and we are to talk to Prince Turin, who supposedly has the weapon. So if we acquire that, we don't have to use any of the ingredients, because then it's the other part to what Zubo or Buzo wanted, is to collect the weapon. So we're kind of in the means of two things. If we discover the weapon first, we choose that route. If indeed Prince Turin, as I believe, is a lying sack of shit, what prince doesn't want to say that he's the hero of the land? We will have to find that last ingredient. And the captain is animate about finding Faramore, the dragon serpent. He says the Faramore, the dragon serpent, has a very special property to its heart. That its heart holds the magical power necessary to activate the ritual. But it doesn't exist. There is no such thing. It's just a folklore. There is no dragon serpent. I ask her, and the mermaid reassures. She's all like, it doesn't exist. There's no such thing. Like, we live in the ocean. It doesn't exist.
There are things that live in the deep. And there are things I have seen even now that were stories, fish tales. It could exist.
If it does exist, I believe that that is the captain's main goal, is to locate this imaginary creature and gather this last ingredient. And mind you, this is only for the ritual. Who knows what other pieces he may require to complete the full resurrection of Zenith himself. There could be other pieces he needs. Other pieces he needs. That makes sense. So the ritual is just the first part. He needs pieces afterwards to complete the resurrection. I see.
Helga has pieces.
Unfortunately, Helga has been turned into a liquid mercury monster of death. Luckily for us, though, both her and the mummy are locking onto my location and hunt me down daily.
How do they do that?
When I raided the mummy's tomb, I was cursed with a scarab mark. And he shows you like his throat, and it's like a scarab on his throat. He says, as long as I live, the scarab illuminates. The brighter it gets, the closer he gets. And hopefully when I kill him, this will go away. Until that day, he's going to hunt me down. And unfortunately for me, when the T-1000 mixed with General Helga, it got the same. You see, it's very complicated. Let me start off from the beginning. The mummy chased me into Fort Zenith. I discovered a pool of liquid mercury out of T-1000. I battled it for a little bit, got the upper hand, entered it into a liquid pool of nothingness. As I continued to vanquish enemies, the liquid pool was stepped on by the mummy. The mummy was taken over by this liquid mercury, who flicked it into the eyes of the general, who instantly turned also into liquid mercury. Both of them charged towards me, and I fled as fast as I could. He built this gigantic wall of sand, preventing me from leaving. Fortunately, the captain created a bombardment of cannon barrages into Fort Zenith, destroying it and destroying those within, slowing down the mummy of General Helga. I asked and called out for help, and I got that help. Several hooks shot in through the sandstorm and crashed into the central courtyard, and I grabbed a hold of it as it repelled me out of danger and into safety. As I returned to the boat and we set sail into the ocean, leaving the shore behind, watching the two figures stare outwards and begin to walk into the water, hunting me down forevermore. And that's where we're going to conclude today's session.
Yeah, sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Just realized it's 2.
Yeah, no, we're doing great. So thank you so much for tuning in to
question, should I take any experience for killing Frank?
Yes. Oh yeah. We're gonna definitely go over
And
the
all
experience right
that.
now. So
Cool.
we're gonna go ahead and say thank you everyone for coming in today to watch another episode of Darkfeather Campaign solo session with Hemlock. Please be sure to see our next session Saturday morning at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We will be featuring our famous Hemlock. We're also going to be seeing Julius Black as well as Kazumu, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be seeing Suto Potato.
Suto Potato!
To the adventure. And thank you so much for everyone coming in for this live broadcast. See you next time.